All right, I'm going to call this meeting to order at 6:34 on February the 20th, 2025. And we'll do roll call first. Terry Warner. Oh, she stepped out.
Just kidding.
Matthew McGovern.
Here.
Laura Sanchez Valor.
Here.
Mike McLeod.
Here.
Sam Houston Clinton.
Here.
Okay, if you would all rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. Oh, and Terry Warner.
Here.
Here. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And the Texas pledge. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to these Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible. And please remain standing for the invocation. Dear gracious Heavenly Father, thank you for the rain. And Lord God, we do need more rain and to fill up those aquifers. And we just ask you for that, Lord. Heavenly Father, we do ask for discernment tonight. We have lots of important decisions. And we just ask that you give us the grace and the knowledge to go forward with governing Martindale. And as always, I thank you for the gift of salvation. In Jesus' name, amen.
Amen.
Okay, we do a couple of comments. Mary Beth?
Okay, first thing, library is hosting tax aid. This is a program sponsored by AARP. There's trained volunteers to file returns electronically, and it's all free. And this is on Tuesdays from 9 to 11 and 1 to 5 in Cook Store or 413 Main Street. If you need an appointment, just call the library. There's the next appointment date available will be March 11th. Okay, so far there have been 70 returns. And just in 3 days, the volunteers have filled out 70 returns and filed them electronically.
Wow.
And by the way, 7,000 hours employees required today. Well, job you do that. The library didn't do that though.
No.
Okay, arts-based education from Save the Children grant. This past Saturday, there were 10 kids and 19 adults came for that one. And there's one this coming Saturday, weather depending. It's from 10 to 12. It's also in Crook Store, 413 Main Street. This one will be about art and art program. Other Saturdays will have theater, music, and yoga. Okay, the diabetes management class is scheduled for Wednesday 9 to 11, also in Crook Store. It was canceled yesterday because of the weather. And the decision was made up high. I didn't make the decision. There was somebody way above me. Y'all on the first one. Anyway, if you need to register, call the library. This class only holds 12 people. And the area agency on aging is providing this program. And again, there's still a few spaces left in there. The library has a new peer support specialist. His name's George Barrera, and he's in the library on Thursdays and Fridays from 11 to 4. St. David's Foundation funds this program, and it's called Libraries for Health. And our library was one of only 10 local libraries selected to be part of this. It's for mental health. George is trained in mental health support through this program. And if you're having a bad day or there's things happening in your life, come talk to George, and it's all highly confidential. Yeah, that's mine.
Thank you. Dorothy Joe.
Big General.
I just wanted to remind everybody that the barbecue fundraiser for the Martindale Volunteer Fire Department is going to be on Sunday, March 2nd, starting Friday at 3 o'clock. There's 3 bands that are going to be playing. Plates are $15. Barbecue plates are $15. Beverages will be provided. We are going to be having a silent auction and then also a live auction. We have some awesome things. really, really cool things that we're going to be having people bid on. And I'm not positive, but Matt at the fire station, he wants to do some demonstrations. So people can like set things on fire and stuff. Or like use the hose and just kind of get an idea, mainly to show the kids, but I told them the adults would be just happy to plan it. So
Dorothy, tell him I'm more than happy to come set my apartment on fire again.
okay, I'll tell him. I'll
He
tell
was
him that.
there.
Yeah.
He just recreated it. Yeah, it'll be just like the video.
So I am accepting any donations. If anybody has anything that they would like to donate, we will take all kinds of stuff
You mean to auction, right?
to auction off, yeah. Because we're gonna be doing the silent auction for smaller things, and then the big ticket items are gonna be more up there, so, but we'll accept anything.
Okay.
All right, and that's all.
Thank
And I want to brag on my nephew. He's making a knife. He does, it's his new hobby. And he's come to the fire department and he's got pieces of hose to make the handle and just different things in the
Metal.
fire department. Yeah, and it's going to be one of a kind. It's going to be very unique.
Thank you.
Where's that? Public.
Oh, it's here.
Here, Steve.
Oh.
Steve.
Go ahead. Go
Thank
ahead,
you,
Sam.
Members of the city council and the city administration and the public. I'm going to speak to you about 3 items tonight: Martindale water supply, agenda items, and the phase 1 park. Martindale water supply has been in Martindale many, many years. So they have been providing water to the city of Martindale at a minimum of perhaps $3 a day. So I used to be on the board of Martindale Water Supply, and now I attend their monthly board meetings. You learn a lot when you go to their board meetings. You learn about budgets, you learn about water acquisition from the Cummings tract or this Canyon Lake Regional. And so you can learn a lot about the acre feet that they're purchasing, how they clean it through their German water filters that they have purchased. They have done a lot of improvements in the infrastructure of their water supply. They have recently done work at Spring River. They're planning to do work at Greenhouse Road. There's been a lot of talk recently about the Northwest Grant and the Martindale water supply line. I would love to see us really engage in like monthly, well, not monthly, but perhaps quarterly meetings with Martindale Water Supply. I learn a lot when I talk to Steve Fonville or Dan or Drew, Sylvia. They are good employees. But we have stuff about grants that is coming up. They need to make more improvements. So I encourage the city, because we're getting into talking about big developments coming with Martindale Water Supply, supplying the water. Of course, the big things about us now is not only getting the water for these developments, but getting the wastewater and how it can be treated. So I encourage the staff to meet with Martindale Water Supply and go to their monthly meetings, and let's engage with them more. Let's not have these open-ended questions. They have things in their tariff about certificate of occupancy, or how houses are hooked up to water meters, and how certain structures need to be stabilized down so they don't wash off in a flood. And they make these people that put in their meters to have backflow preventers, because if these structures that have water are washed off in a flood, then the flood will go into the water and contaminate our water system. We need to engage with Martindale Water Supply. A second thing is, I would like us to look at agenda items. How can city council people put things on the agenda items? I would like to see it put back in our agenda to have future agenda items, because then things don't get tabled and then forgotten. So let's all work together at working on that. Phase 1, I'd like to get a volunteer group going, as the mayor and I have spoke about, to do some more clearing from the parking lot to the riverbank. I would also like to talk to the police about security, the signage, and how we can improve the parking lot and the entrance to Phase One Park. Also, there is a acre of land for sale upstream from Phase One Park, 0.94 acres, the Goin tract. And it includes another parcel that goes towards 1979 and across the street. It's currently listed at $169,000. I encourage the city to try and engage with the realtor and purchase this property, because then it would link us to the Cochrane track and to the Guadalupe, what's called the old gravel pit. So let's all talk about purchasing this property and making our parks bigger. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Sam. Okay, Mr. Tittle.
Well, thank you.
Come on up.
I'm sorry?
Come on up.
Okay, sorry about being a little bit late. To champion or to chime in at what council member just said, I would encourage you to buy acreage. Always buy riverfront. You know, if y'all want somebody like me, you might. So do that. But I'm really here to talk about the STR ordinance, and I think y'all have done a lot of good work. There's been some improvements made in the last week, so thank you very much. And so I'd highly encourage you to finish it up. And I do have specific items but I'll stay and wait until y'all actually discuss it. And it has to do with the language dealing with the smoke detectors. And then I have a few questions about the amount of the fee, which I was happy to see that it was increased to 50. I still think that may be a little bit low, but the city manager might have reasons why, you know, at certain price points. So, but a lot of good work. I know y'all are almost there. So thank you very much.
Real quick, Mr. Tiller, what's your background?
31 years of the Austin Fire Department. And so, I've dealt with building inspections, code compliant. I did, business inspections. Mainly I was in operations, fire, you know, putting the fires out. So
Do you know about fire extinguishers, smoke detectors and all that stuff? It's what you did.
I do, I know the codes change. I'm not sure what, your building code, what year y'all adopted. Maybe somebody here could say 2015, 17, 15.
21.
21, and then automatically updates with that, the latest release. So I think there might be a 24, it's typically every 3 years.
Okay.
I just don't know if it's,
Well-
is it 24 published or not.
Okay, so, you know, the section on, excuse me, anyway, the section on, smoke detectors is more extensive than your current ordinance. And the language could be pretty deep. And I know you don't want to do that in your, STRs. But I also, believe it's human nature not to go diving, have one ordinance, send you to another ordinance, and therefore. And so putting in language like smoke detector in every bedroom would make it easier for your consumer or your Airbnb people. Now, the current code might actually have, now I don't know it verbatim, but one in every bedroom, one in an adjacent hallway, one on every split of your floor or a split floor, a separate habitat, like a garage apartment. And then 2021 might actually have that they're hardwired, and I'm not sure about that part. But that's pretty in-depth for an Airbnb ordinance. But I'd certainly suggest at a minimum every bedroom, and then the applicable fire code. So, and like I said, we can talk about it when y'all get there.
Okay.
So, thank you very
Thanks
much.
for your,
Thank
thanks for
you.
your expertise.
You bet.
That experience with that knowledge. Thank you, sir.
Okay, so we're gonna move on to reports. I think I didn't send this to Deanna, but I gave everybody a printout. I don't think I sent this. Alyssa has put this together for us. So on the printout, the first one, of course, is the Northwest River Road. And it tells you what the project is about: drainage, sewer, water, and street improvements. The application date, you can see, was quite a while ago, and that's why the prices keep going up. What the original grant was for, and what we have to give to match it. In this, right now, we are doing what would be called land acquisition, or we're talking to landowners to acquire easements. And that's going on right now. And the same thing that's going on is the engineers are getting ready to go out for bid. And that one is, it's entitled the Martindale MIT Mod E922 Kickoff Workshop. Under that is Northwest River Road Alternates. If you can find that one, Deanna, an email I sent you.
Real quick, Mayor.
Yeah,
So we can go ahead and get the bidding process for the contractors. At the same time, we're getting working with the landowners for.
they're getting it prepared. I'm not sure they're gonna go out.
It's a question to ask you, I guess.
Yeah, once we get more into the acquisition part, is when we'll plan go out to bid and try to do it side by side, since we're kind of limited on our time frame here. So we'll make sure we can still finish the end goal and complete the project for this time frame. That's what we're gonna try and do it. Kind of at the same time, but we're gonna be ahead in acquisition.
How's that going, by the way? Can I answer? Is it
The acquisition,
the acquisition? How's that?
I mean, it's going well.
Yeah.
Offers are out to all property owners, and, they've got 30 days to decide what they would like to do.
I had a specific question about that because I know the actual design has changed since, say, December of last year when we initially approved
So I
designs.
wanted to show you what,
Yeah, but I mean, it has to do with acquisition. I mean, did we know the same amount of land that we were going to acquire a year ago that we are acquiring now?
We've actually reduced the acquisition on this project.
Mhm.
We took a lot out
Mm.
to try and help with that process. 'Cause I know there's a lot of property owners that are not agreeable to it, so we tried to eliminate what we could.
Yes, okay, so there's been some changes from last year to this point, and that's why it's may have taken longer than expected because the amount of acquisition land has been reduced,
Yes,
say?
sir. Yeah, the engineers kind of came up with multiple design options. And there was one to completely limit acquisition, but it was less in the smaller culverts,
Mm.
which was less of a benefit when it came to the mitigation of enforcement.
Okay, thank you.
so, Thomas Turk has sent these, showing what the alternates will be. So the main is in the main that will definitely be done is in the green. So one of the alternates is there in the purple, and that would be Lockhart Street. Otherwise, it will, if we don't choose that alternate in the end, then that portion would not be done. From just past the cemetery, the John Creighton Cemetery. So that intersection wouldn't be done. And then if you go to the other end of it, the S curve is an alternate that that we've asked him to price out. Everything that's in green, as far as going across the Harrison Field and then down Northwest River Road, is what we're budgeting for right now.
So when you said alternate, what do you, I know what the word alternate is, but like, what do you mean in this context? Where, why, like, under what circumstance would that become a viable option?
Well,
Does that make sense?
It's a budgetary issue.
yeah,
Yeah, oh, I know that, but I just meant like, because what would happen? We would have more money left over, or we would find another
well,
grant?
if we, well, there's a couple of things that could happen. If we go out for bid and it comes in less than what we think,
Mhm.
then we might be able to fund these alternates.
Okay, that makes sense.
Or we, like we talked about before, taking the secondary grant and moving some of the money.
Have
From
we,
that
did we
one.
get an update about that?
Well, it's in progress. It's not black and white.
Yeah.
We have to show the reasons why we need to move them.
Mhm.
And right now, if we don't have to bid for the construction,
We
there's no
can't.
trigger mechanism to get that approved.
Right, right.
But they did, you were there, they did give the okay to, you know, in
I didn't-
spirit to do
yes,
that.
I'm
In
sorry.
spirit, you remember that, they, in
I was
spirit,
confused. I meant after that, she was
Yeah.
gonna meet with her boss. I didn't know she did meet with the boss, but it makes sense that we have to have like the actual bids and all that.
yeah, I haven't seen any of the report, did you get an updated report?
Yeah, so
on that?
we've had some email exchanges with her since then. And one things that we asked for coming out of that meeting was some updated, pricing sheets. Actually,
And they.
these are on the following pages.
And I can.
That
send
that
this.
address those issues that we had identified regarding the water line and also the contingency and showing both of those factors.
Yeah.
And
Deanna,
then
could
there's been
you
some
scroll
email
up?
communication on that issue.
Mhm.
I know it's going on until this afternoon, so I'm not sure where it left this afternoon, but, we're
Go
making
to the
progress
next page.
in Conversation. My daughter liked it too.
So this is requoted the way the GLO one, right?
Yeah.
With the 4 line items,
Yeah.
street water drainage sewer.
Yeah.
Okay.
And if you go up to the top of the page, please, Deanna, it will tell you what it's about. You can see Northwest River Road improvements, 22 feet of the pavement section, and then it gives all the pricing, street, water, drainage, sanitary sewer. And so I can send you this email tomorrow. I think I only sent it to Matthew, or he was included on that
That was included in the.
in the email. And then if you go to the next page, it's got all the different pricing on there. Okay, at the top of that page, then it will talk about the base bid, and it's got everything on there then, what they're talking about going out to bid with. And then when you go to the next page, it'll show you alternate one. And the alternate one was the one that we talked about, that's up by the cemetery, up towards Lockhart Street. And it was about 330,000, if I remember right. No, 686.
That's just for Lockhart Street?
You know what? Alternate one
The alternate one is around the corner.
is around the
Around the
S
S-curve.
curve, yeah. Okay, so alternate one is around the S curve. And then they've also got 1B, which is just the paving. It wouldn't be any of the water mitigation part of it. If
Yes,
they
there's
just did the
grading, yeah.
paving around the S curve. Okay, and then alternate 2 is the one up by Lockhart Street.
Has the water company reached out to us lately?
Mm.
No contact with the water company. Okay.
No.
Well, it's both ways.
Well, okay, so the engineers are talking as far as the design and what has to go into the base project. But as far as funding,
Or is
the
the,
city and the water department have not.
is their engineer been involved? The water company's engineer,
Mhm.
but nothing from the water company.
Their engineer and our.
Nothing from the management company talking to them.
No.
Doesn't.
So can we refresh though, what is the budget allowed for construction? Because you're showing us construction numbers. What is the budget on this project for construction? I know it's 4, I always think it's 4.4 is either 4.4 or 4.6. I would never 100% on.
We'd have to go back to that first page where it had or the second page that had the whole, the
Yeah, but
total
that doesn't
cost.
show the original budget. Because that's the thing is we're trying to put.
The
pieces-
original
We're trying
budget
to put
was,
pieces in a budget, in a thing. One of the things that I was sitting next to Gary about was like, okay, if we left the grant alone and didn't do contingencies, and you priced it out the way the last iteration said that you know, how much it's gonna cost, assuming the city is getting all the money from the grant. And the number I got from him was
about 6 million.
Whoa.
no, it was like
No,
5.6 or 5.7 million.
Oh, I was preparing to answer a different question. The construction. So, it's the 4.4 is the construction budget, leaving some room for, change orders, contingency. The 4.6 something to 4.7
What's
is
the grant
with the is the totals
Got it.
including,
Thank you.
inclusive of the contingencies. So, depending on how you're looking, if you're looking at the construction line, you
Yeah.
can look at that. If you want to look at the total with the contingencies, you can look at that. If you look at the total, the number you're probably comparing it to is about 4.7. If you're looking at just straight construction, you're looking at about 4.4.
I remember, because you remember, those are the two numbers that have been sticking in my head for all
Yeah.
these years, so I knew there was something I was missing on that. But there was, like I said, the beginning was, I asked him to leave the grant alone. Don't make any changes. What is it? What is the budget for it? Assuming we don't touch it. Because, we're allowed to move money from the other grant over. We gotta know what that number should be.
Right.
And I'm not 100% certain that we have that. I have that answer in here. You know what I mean? Because these are all the contingencies. And I always say, when you do anything, you start with where you left it and then make the contingencies. And so I would like to reach out, or someone, I would like that answer from Gary, if that's possible.
So
I know he can do it because he had it, but
so you see overall total, that includes all the alternatives. Right below that, Deanna, if you want to scroll down just a little bit, that's going to be the section that Maris talked about, just in green. And so that's where we're showing
A $500,000 short.
a shortage.
so he's saying if we left the grant alone, it's
That's
6
base
point-
bid.
it's 6.3 at the top, or is it
Well,
5.5?
6.3 is if the entire project
Oh,
from around the Sioux Tree to around the S curve to Lockhart is at 6.3. We shrink it down. My understanding is it's the 5.5 number there.
I think Alyssa has something to say.
Just so the budget that GLO has allocated for construction on this project in total is $4,907,639.15.
4.9.
Wow, that was
Okay,
quick.
that's a little bit bigger than I remember.
So you know where I'm getting at here. There's a little bit of confusion on that. for me.
So
And
that's
I'm
why
I'm just a little slow here.
The $500,000, so 4.9, we're a little bit over on the base bid, which is basically from the intersection, or the new constructed intersection at the end of Plains Drive and where Northwest Road turns down. That 90-degree turn to just past the cemetery. Construction, no contingencies, 5 million. That includes the water line. Construction, including the water line and contingencies, 5.5. And so what that shows is about 550,000-ish through a rough math based on the she provided, that we're gonna have to pull from the method of distribution or secondary grant into this project. And
So
so
no-
how
no
we
news.
structure that is gonna be unique because, and that's one of the conversations that we're having ongoing right now, is what portion of this project is going to be sliced off to be funded by that mod. And figuring out how best to slice it,
Yeah.
because we even have to slice the base. And so in order for this to work, if this comes through, we have to show those slicings. Now, with the problem that we're having with the engineer is everything's critical. So we're like, okay, let's slice off the water, show that separate. Well, we can't because that's mandatory for the project to go. So we're having some conversation on how best to show those slices of what portion of funding will be used for what activity when there's not a lot of clarity on how to do that, because we've cut it down to its basic nuts and bolts as it is.
What concerns me, again, where is the management from the water company? They should be here at this meeting.
We've proceeded without them, based on council's direction, to identify alternatives to their involvement. And so we're still pursuing, these alternatives to their involvement. We've had maybe we can do that, and so we're running that to ground and seeing if that's possible to do. At that point, we will have a decision to make at some point with council on how we want to approach the water company, because 500,000, 600,000, whatever it becomes in less for that portion, whatever the number is used on water, that's less that's being used to fix the roads. And we don't own the water line, but we own the roads, and so that's going to be the conversation. But we're still finding all the answers before we go back, before we reach out back to them, but they have not reached out to us.
It doesn't surprise me.
They're in communication about other topics, I know, so.
I mean, we don't want to do that meeting we had before. That's unacceptable.
That's why we want
Yeah, I
to
agree.
get all these answers first before we reach out.
You know,
Yeah.
I don't want to hash up old wounds, but I'll leave it at that.
You saying that brings it up.
Well, it needs to be brought up, and I'll bring it up over and over again.
On this $6 million, where's the cost to the engineer and Langford? Because I thought originally it was a $6 million grant, and if you add that all up, that's a 6.2
Well,
or
look here, and it talks about it, 6.6,
6.6.
and then the city funded 66. And so the difference between the 4.9, whatever, listen, I'm not gonna, I know it's 4.9, that's all that matters to me. The difference between that is the monies that are going to engineer, lane acquisition, and administrative services.
It's
Right.
$100,000
Grant
for all those activities for
administration.
each.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and it's a lot of work.
So, and yeah, that's another issue is the land acquisition budget. Has also been impacted because some of the one of the appraisers in particular came back significantly higher than anticipated, like massively higher than anticipated.
But what we're gonna do is,
So-
we took the part out where we were gonna basically rent the field to put, temporary construction easement. And we're gonna use different areas to maybe do that. So that would save about $130,000 there. So, are there any more questions on the Northwest River Road grant?
How about the big old gorilla in the room? Okay, this project has gone on. It's supposed to be completed by 27. We have allocated monies to Langford and to the engineer. What if this crisis happens and the cemetery falls in and it doesn't happen, or easements don't happen? And I keep hearing conflicting stories about how the city might pay these things back, or just really quick. Are we in debt if we have to pay this back, or are grants worked out to where we're not?
Unknowable. I mean, if you go purely based on the contract, we have potential liabilities there. Talking with GLO, if we make a good faith effort all the way through to complete the project instead of failing on it early, they may have some ability to work with the city on what that default settlement would be. So, but they advised us that they don't even want to consider that, because if we proceed with that consideration, we kind of lose that good faith effort towards completion.
Right.
So then you don't even worry about that now, bring it up later, or if it comes up later.
There's one of those, there's a few people down my street who would, want to just make it go away.
I know that.
And it's like,
That's not an option.
the GLO basically said, don't do that. Don't
No,
even
it's
bring
not an
that up.
I know.
You do the work. If you fail, you fail, but you better keep trying.
I know, I
Yeah.
just mentioned it because I have been hearing stuff.
And after we talked to GLO and had a meeting, it was like they could see all of our efforts. And as I think the council can see, that the options that we're coming up with and how things are being designed shows a good faith effort. And we don't intend to fail at all.
Yeah.
We're going forward.
Do you have any comment? Because I did look towards you, and
Yeah.
you're our person in charge here about
I
that.
think Jared, made it clear there, your contract has certain wording in there where the liability is that GLO could come back if it failed and require the city to pay back whatever funds have been spent, but historically that has not happened before with GLO. They've never forced any community to pay back any funds because of a failed project.
Mhm.
So I mean, that is an absolute worst case scenario, but historically it's never happened.
Oh, good. Okay. Thank you.
Well, you got my 110%. I'm all, I'll stand on record for that, whatever it takes.
Okay, and so going on to the next one, the mod. As we saw in the last city council meeting, we signed a lot of documents and did two resolutions. So the contract's been executed and we're ready to go on that one. Let's see. Is there anything that one of the things that impressed me was the checklist that we have to go through and can you bring that up, Deanna? It was Martindale RMP contract kickoff list. It shows all of the things that you have to do to even get started. And some of them were like posting this, you've probably seen it out in bulletin board. And it's at the post office. It talks about civil rights. Down on the bottom, citizen participation in grievance procedure, notice to GLO. Did you find it?
Yes, it was just loading because it's an Excel sheet, so it's pretty heavy.
Okay. So it has a lot of the regulatory things. One of the resolutions we passed last time was on the authorizing the signatures for the bank account. We did one on civil rights. It has the financial instrument, all these different things that have to be done or will be done in order to get a grant going. And I think some of that stuff is going on in the background and people don't necessarily see it. So it's just real interesting to me. Appointment of a civil rights officer. Labor standards officer. There's just a lot of them.
Are we appointing those officers internally or how, who?
I pretty much just sign them all. Because as a city council, I'm signing for the city council and we're all responsible when we do these grants.
Oh, we're all responsible.
Yeah,
That's a
we're
good
all
thing, that We're all
responsible.
responsible. So there you go. I'm definitely got you covered there. I don't want to be paying back anything, so.
So are there any questions about the mod? That's the one that we possibly could borrow from. That's why it says under the status it's 2,375,000. And then there's a second figure under there.
Is there land acquisition then involved? I mean, you haven't gotten out to break down this tooth.
There will be land
Okay, yeah.
acquisition. It's depending how much we have to borrow, if we do have to borrow from it.
Mhm.
And if we were to go forward just what we had planned, there would be a little bit of land acquisition from Indian Court and from the River Bend Homeowners Association on the other side. Because we want to widen that bridge is what our goal is.
Okay.
Okay. Okay, going on to the resilient communities. Last Friday, I met with Dennis, Pete and I did actually, with Dennis Chu. And he had questions about the wastewater system. And so Pete answered a lot of his questions here in the office. Deanna helped us with the overhead and everything. And then I took him on a little field trip to show him all of the lift stations and the treatment plant, and we walked all around. And so the thing about this one, that's the master plan. And we've been a little bit disgruntled because we don't feel like we're as involved in that one as maybe we would like to be. We did the charm workshop with that one, and we had one public meeting, and we're supposed to have another public meeting, but it's not scheduled yet. So Jared, did you have anything to say about that one?
Nothing, that's the latest.
It's kind of a little bit, on a lull right now, but we're going to be getting going with that one. So we just need to contact them and get going.
Oh, I wanted to ask about when you were gonna ask them about the information that they had submitted to GLO without our knowledge, and you were gonna follow up on.
Yeah, I don't remember seeing that email come in. I'll check again as we go forward. If the moment I get that, I'll send that to the city council.
Oh, I did want to make a comment. At the end, it says we'll be setting up 2025 key stakeholder meetings in January of 2025. So a lot of this terminology, when they say stakeholders, I've come to understand that means that it's the meeting between the grant administration, Jessica, or whoever, because each grant is a different person that it is responsible for the liaison between the city and the grant manager and the engineers. And so with the Northwest River Road, we were meeting on Monday afternoons at 2:00. And anybody's can sit in on them if you would like to, but that's kind of what that means when it says stakeholder meetings.
Oh, I thought the monthly meetings were only with staff.
No, I don't see why.
We just have to do a quorum.
Yeah, we'd have to do a notification of
Oh, I
quorum
see.
if
Okay.
you wanted to sit in on.
I mean, with the resilient grant here, couldn't the city just have workshop, like say, invite the city members to come to a workshop and just talk to us about what they think about a master plan or what they think about the parks? I mean, because if we're waiting for something to happen from now until January, I mean, what would it hurt for us to have a workshop or two about the master plan and to really get input? Because this is a $300,000 grant, and so far, besides the charm workshop, I've seen it go nowhere.
Well, there has been a lot of work done in the background.
Well, that's just
And
it. It's in the background, and the public hasn't been engaged or given any input.
Well, we had
about
the
these things.
questionnaire that went out, and so our next meeting, it's Jerry Conrado, I think is how you say her name. She will be filling us in on what the results of that survey was.
To the council or to a workshop?
I'm not really clear on if it would be a workshop. I know when we did the workshop before, it was like 2 hours before our city council meeting. So that we try to do it that way so that you don't have to schedule another day for another meeting.
I would like to see a workshop then about the master plan and get the community here engaged.
And we
Besides
We do
just having
need
a
to
questionnaire,
contact them and just see when our next meeting, when we can get that set up. Okay, the next to the TDA, we're well into that. That's the sewer improvements. And we went out to bid. We chose someone. I think the council might remember that. And we had a pre-construction meeting, and that went off very, very well. Pete was here for that also. And I was so impressed with the pre-construction meeting because they talked about a lot of things that you wouldn't really remember to think, you kind of take for granted. And just bringing things up, it was very productive. And So he's probably when I say he, the person that got the bid, they're probably just about ready to start because
Oh,
it was
excellent.
about 2 weeks after the pre-construction.
Oh, excellent.
Yeah.
Good job.
So we did have the trees removed in between the ponds. That wasn't part of the grant, and it looks really good, doesn't it, Pete? Yeah,
What end up doing with the trees?
I think they're in a pile.
They're gonna burn a problem.
Yeah, they were little ones in between the ponds. They weren't great big trees, but they were gonna get big.
Yeah.
And it took them 2 days
Okay.
to cut all those down, because they're well watered.
Yeah, exactly. I need the right one.
We're gonna have a big bonfire party, roast some wings and marshmallows.
Now, part of the grant is going to cut down a lot more trees. That would be in the irrigation area. And so that is part of the grant.
If we had, I'm sorry, if we had any large trees. We have some ideas about using.
Oh,
That's
yeah,
what I asked.
For water, prevention of erosion.
Yeah.
yeah.
But we don't want to. Thank you.
Okay, and then the last one is the one that we met and we applied for. And we just got word today, just a few hours ago, that we passed the first round. And
Tell us about it.
they didn't say a whole lot. They just said, you will be working with your grant administration on the next step.
What's the amount of that
Wait,
grant?
which one? Which
It's the
one?
bottom one.
TDA?
Mm-hmm. TDA.
The TDA we just found out,
Yeah,
but not the 2023-24 CD.
no, that's the one that,
25, 425, I mean, 25, 26, any due date, blah, blah, blah. Pre-app submitted, is that the one you're talking about?
okay, so the TDA, the first one that I was talking about, we already went to bid and they're about to start work.
Okay, and then.
And then the bottom one is the
I don't
one,
have another bottom one.
no, at the bottom TDA.
Oh, the one that says 2025, 26,
Yeah.
any 12/9 due date. Got it. Okay, I'm with you now. So that's the one that, do we know what that's going to be about?
Scope of
Um,
work.
What can it be applied for? What are we,
Yeah, what's the scope of
how
work?
much money we getting? Are we applying for, and then
Scope of work.
what can we apply it to?
it was $750,000 and our match was 15.
Yeah, I see the 15, so that's.
What would the scope of work be?
It was more road work on Northwest River Road and more drainage improvement, trying to finish what we've started here.
Like past the curve going towards, well,
But that's not a GLO grant.
No, that's TDA, and I believe there was discussion of possibly using your new TDA grant to try and fund part of the Northwest River Road that can be funded by the jail.
Yeah, I just wanted the rest of everyone here to,
Oh, yeah.
Get caught up. because not everyone was there, and I don't think everyone caught all that, because it was a little chaotic, so that's one reason I want to bring it up in the mayor.
just educating Mr. McGovern. Is that like doing the overlay
Well, I think
or the?
I think the mayor's kind of explained it, that there's a hodgepodge of things now going together, and we're going to have to play, like we did for that mod, and we're like, okay, they presented like 5 options, and we said, okay, well, we can't do Crockett, we can't do this because of land. So we had to kind of find to get to the maximum amount, and so that was the bridge and the remaining of Northwest River Road to Quail. Well, now we're basically saying, well, that was nice that we did that, but now we gotta have to do it again. You know what I mean? Because the construction costs have gone up like 20-odd%. Is basically what the number looks like to me, at least 20%. And so now we're gonna have to play that game of addressing what we're going to fix. I mean, everything's in, all we know is the first grant has to start and do the culvert. I know we have to do the culvert. I know we have to do that part. Everything else is in play. And it's a matter of maximizing our value.
How about the culvert
the culvert down the middle of Northwest River Road has to be done. That was the spirit of the project. You
Of the
have to do
Harvey
that.
grant.
You know what I mean? So then it's a matter of prioritizing the rest. I mean, everything's in play on the mod. My impression from the GLO, from talking with them is, if you give us a good reason, right, and you can explain it, and the map says that you have to, don't get mad, we don't have the money to do the bridge, then we don't do the bridge. We do other things. Do you know what I mean? I ultimately I want to do the bridge, obviously, I think we all came to that, but we're having the same, we don't know, that bridge might come in and it might be 20% more even than what we quoted. And then we don't have the money to do the bridge. And that's what I'm afraid of, to be quite honest with you. My biggest fear, Jared, is we are not gonna have the money to do that bridge because we knew going in that those two were gonna be tight with that 700 lower. I'm hoping he overquoted that when he did that, but I'm absolutely terrified of that bridge coming in at, if it comes up much more than it is, we're not gonna be doing the bridge.
Jumping around about the road bond that passed with Caldwell County, possibly.
The math that I did on that, based on the dollar per linear foot, is, I think they were very accurate, in my opinion, of going from 1984 coming back to where they were going to, that's about, I don't think there's gonna be any leftover money on that.
See, they only, they put in $2.2 million, the county did, for us in Martindale. for that
For
part.
Northwest River Road.
And they'll be working with our engineers as far as the grant to fix the bridge at Riverbend.
Now, I know we talked about an overlay, right? Possible overlay on the other sections of the road. And since the county's doing it, we've had a good relationship with the county. Look at Lockhart Street. That was a very good joint venture. Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
Okay, any more questions on any of the grants? Okay, then we'll go on. Deanna, you want to tell us about the election?
Yeah. Yeah. In regards to the election, we are having hopefully order for the election no later than Monday. This is something we are still on time. However, I personally did slack on that. It was just a personal error on the scheduling. Was looking at the wrong page. But we're still on time. However, we need to do it ASAP, and that's why we're doing a special city council meeting this Monday. Time will be set later today, this meeting, on new business. In regards to the drawing of the elections, the recommended first day to draw the order of names on the ballot is February 24th. The notice needs to be posted 72 hours prior to whatever date, including the recommended or earlier. We had given notice in the packets, in the candidate packets, for it to be February 20th at 11 a.m. I switched the time because it was not fitting to my schedule. I did not work that day. My schedule is really, it fluctuates a lot every week. And it's pretty heavy when I have to stay for council as well and work from very early. So I chose to stay out, but the drawing did happen today. There is all this, there's notices that apply to it and they are being followed. Those notices, we are good on those. There is, for the mayor, there's two candidates running. First one being now, after drawing the order today, it's current council member place 3, Laura Sanchez Fowler. You're first on the ballot. Congrats. There will be a notice for this. We're still on time. We have essentially till the 24th to have that notice out. And second what's that?
There's another mayor county, right?
Correct. Mayor, current Mayor Glaze, has also, filed an application to run for mayor.
There's two.
Right, and then, for council member place 2 and 5, we have one person running for each, and they're obviously one person, so they're running unopposed. Therefore, we will still keep them on the ballot for,
Hold on, so I guess we have two options, either keep them on the ballot, people vote them in. Or at the special meeting where we call the election, we can pass an ordinance that says that declaring that they're unopposed, there's a procedure to, so we don't even have to put them on the ballot.
Is that what we, is that what we missed last time?
Last time we did it halfway both ways.
Yeah.
Oh.
We
So
missed the
we-
deadline to remove
Yeah,
the non-contested race, is that,
basically,
Yeah.
they were on the ballot, and what they should have been on the ballot, should not have been on the ballot, so we had to amend the ballots because we didn't do the ordinance,
Yeah.
so.
so we can do an ordinance to remove that?
Yeah.
Okay, so we'll do that on Monday.
So it's something that we can probably do by Monday. We should have it probably in that 500-page file,
No pressure.
no pressure. If not, we'll just keep the candidates on the ballot with just one
Keep them
slide.
on the ballot.
Yeah, but yeah, you need, if you're gonna do it, we need to put that on the agenda as well.
Right, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah. So we're gonna put that on the,
So we either add that to the agenda or we just keep them on the ballot and go forward. I know in the past,
we could do
there was a
it.
difference in fee depending on how much ballot space we're taking, so I don't
Oh,
know.
is there any cost savings?
He's on his computer.
yeah,
Some-
there's a little,
Yeah, sometimes depending on how much ballot space you're taking, is a less of a fee to us.
Well,
So
how much is it
Do
gonna
we
cost?
know how much that is?
I think we're looking at the contract later. I don't know if it says
It
that.
didn't change.
No. That was under the prior elections official.
You know me, I'm all about the dollars. We'd save a couple of bucks.
We could put it in,
I'm not sure how their contracts work with the ballot machines, operations and stuff. That might have changed. It might all be fixed price or something, not based off of lines of text. I don't.
Well, I think it's based on whether or not, how many other elections there are. And
Well, that
it
plays a
sounds
part of it
like
too,
there's
but-
no constitutional amendments or anything.
Yeah, it plays a part. of it.
yeah, there's no overlap. There's none. The only thing else that I saw that was even on the ballot was Lockhart ISD. and that
ISD.
Does not apply to anyone at this polling station.
And no San Marcos.
So-
No San Marcos either. They had San Marcos last year, you're absolutely right. And then,
And so
so
when
we shared a little bit on the ballot, but this
Help-
year, nothing.
This was going back a couple of years ago. When the city was about to, I think we ran an election ourselves. Or we were
Yeah.
about to.
I remember that.
And there was a price per, like, lines of texts on that ballot, and that had a different price based on how many things people were voting on, how many lines of text you had. So if we're in that similar situation, it may be worthwhile for us to get those ordinances in place
Mhm.
to shrink the ballot down. If we can do it.
Mhm.
I know you're not in tomorrow, but.
Yeah, so basically we're hiring the county, but they've got the machines and everything, so it makes sense.
So do we have an idea of how much the election's gonna
I
cost?
think we're discussing that later.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'll be patient.
It's okay, you don't have to be.
Anything else, Deanna?
It's just, I really expected to have a bigger report. It's just all the fact that, even the elections administrators having a hard time even, settling. He has the polling locations. Doesn't have them confirmed yet. He has the schedule. He just doesn't have it confirmed yet. He has the estimates. He just doesn't have them confirmed yet. So there was updates I wanted to give to y'all. However, they just haven't been finalized. So I don't have anything aside from two unopposed, mayors running, two candidates for mayor. And the drawing was today. The results will be formally given to the candidates, and the notices for the order of the election will be ordered as soon as that is done, and the notice for drawing is currently posted. So
Okay, thank you. Okay, Dwayne, you're up.
Let me get those.
wait, give me 1 second.
Which one you get to first?
The statement of net position, do you have a little spreadsheets
That's, yeah.
or the big spreadsheets?
Better than what I have on here.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna make it
So,
bigger.
okay, so this is the new governmental accounting standard format of our financial statements that I've been working on. You remember in the past, I would have a one page that showed basically bank balances, some debt balances, without any separation by the different fund accounts of the city. Now that it's all spread out, so you can see the assets, the liabilities, and the fund balance of every fund that the city has. And this first report, the statement of position, is just that. It's a snapshot at a point in time of the assets and liabilities. And that point in time is January 31st. The first column is our main operating fund. You see there's $78,000 in the general fund checking account. We've got some money in long-term capital improvement. You see that 41,000. You see the tech school emergency. These are all numbers that y'all are used to seeing from me in the past, just in a different format. You see the grant funds, and then general fund overflow, where the property tax money basically resides until it gets moved up into the top number up there. And then if you go down a little further, you will see.
Okay, let me stop right there real quick. The total checking and savings of that 849, how much of that is actually generating interest?
Just the 466.
466, okay, thank you. So that's a lot lower than we have been running.
I guess so. I mean, the balance, checking balance is 850,000. Checking and savings at the end of January.
What's the interest rate we're getting on it?
I don't know at the moment. Sorry, it's not like it used to be. But we are still getting interest on all the money.
You think 1 or 2%?
Yeah,
You're down to that?
Wow.
I'd have to look, but it's not 5 or 6 anymore like it used to be.
Dang it.
Okay, and then,
Well, I would like to talk to you later about that. There's some other funds we could put that into. That
Yeah.
Will
Yeah,
generate. It's right now, I've got funded, yeah, it's still getting over 4 and a quarter.
Yeah.
So,
yeah, we can look exactly at the rates. I have it on my desk. You see now we actually reflect fixed assets that the operating fund has. That 57,000 that's labeled infrastructure is largely our computer project, replacement project, and software and such that we've had over the past couple of years. That one little $1,100 in land, you see that was property taxes we had to pay on the little butterfly or whatever it's called park down here that the developer owed. So we had to pay those taxes to get title to that land.
we had to pay our prorated amount
Yeah,
for the year.
or there.
What a hell of a deal.
It's kind of like, you know, when you buy a house, there's that proration, same thing on that land. If you're going down a little further, So you see total assets, 965,000. Accounts payable, it's like the end of the month, we owed about $10,000 to various vendors. A little bit of payroll liability, and then the big number that we always report, see the due to comptroller for excess fines, 258,746. And some of these numbers like and look what fell out of all of this. It looks like we've got $890 in Blue Santa clearing account that I guess never got distributed some year past. But entries like that deferred tax revenue, those are only adjusted at the end of the year when we get a real firm number for the audit report. Then you see fund balances, $633,995 is the net of basically our cash and that debt due to the state. And then if you go back up to the top, Deanna, you see we had $26,000 in our community development checking account at the end of January. No liabilities on that. The next, so that would be the fund balance as well. The next column is child safety money that we've received, some $8,300 of that we still have unspent. Hotel tax, you see next to it, $42,342. Unspent parking fees, $48,229. Unspent at this time. Streets, $8,071. Layoffs funds, which is the training for the police, $3,190 there. Court, if you scroll up to the top, we'll show you something. The court, keep going. Some of their funds, $7,500 is in our general bank account. That's the monies that's collected for citations along the way. This is the state portion that's remitted each quarter. The $10,107, that's the city's reflowing money. That's expended in the budget.
Thank you for this one.
So,
Okay, sorry, I had a question about Park Mobile because you have 48,000. That seems like a pretty stable amount, but we do have the maintenance about the water, the electric, the garbage, the porta potty, and the landscape maintenance. You were paying for that out of the general fund and then reimbursing it from
yes, I do that every month.
So are those maintenance items, line itemed out so we know exactly how much we're spending on maintenance and taking?
Yeah, that'll be on the next report. This is just kind of a statement of the balance.
Oh, it's an
But
overview sort of thing.
the flow of the money is on the next report.
Okay, thank you.
All right. So all of those funds to the left that we just looked at, they total up to governmental funds. And then the last two columns are enterprise funds, and which are basically business type activities that the city does. We only have a utility fund. Some cities might have a golf course, or they might have a swimming pool, or they might have other things that they collect fees and have employees and all of that. We just have the utility fund. And in that fund, there, you see there's $17,000 down on line 21 of utility deposits that are interest bearing. And then if you go down a little further, you'll see there's $3,213 on line 24. That's the actual checking account that the utility payments are received into and the bills are expended. And then you go down to line 25 and you see 26,651 of more deposits. You know, I guess we could make more of those interest bearing if we wanted, but about $46,864 of cash in the utility fund. And at the end of January, $21,120 was due from the customers in accounts receivable. And if you go on down a little further, you'd see, assets. This is gonna be where the majority of the fixed assets of the city are. You see,
So we hold, these buildings, even the ones that we're sitting in now, in the utility
I
enterprise.
guess, I'm not quite sure where these buildings are.
Otherwise, it would probably show. That makes as much sense as I need. Probably difficult to break that out now, but it
Yeah.
might be of interest.
Yeah.
Later down the line.
So at the end of January, you see we had $15,264 of accounts payable. And what did I say up there? We only had about $3,000 in cash. So we're catching up on, we're not behind on any of the bills, but some of the bills for these lift station repairs were like on 60-day terms. We had time to pay them, and we've made it without having to borrow anything from the general fund, with the exception of the $17,000 for the actual pump over here and the installation of it. I took that out of the capital improvement fund.
I'm seeing something interesting. So customer deposit liability is 44,000 almost. But above, we only have 17,000 in a separate account in cash somewhere covering that deposit liability.
43, no, if you go up, it's go up, Deanna. You've got 26 in one account and 17 in another.
Oh, okay, it's not in one space. But
Yeah.
all those. So utility, the line.
It's line, 21 and
Line.
line,
24 and 25.
no, it's just 24 and 21 are the deposits. That's what you're talking about.
I hope not. Because
Oh, do you really want to go down this rabbit hole right now?
So that means,
it has to be
Something doesn't look right.
row 26,
okay,
full checking and savings.
that includes the $3,000 of operating utility
Okay.
funds.
So we have 17,000 in the PFI interest bearing account, and then 17,000, and then 26,000 in a separate checking account.
Okay,
17 and 26 should equal 43. So I think we're okay.
yeah.
Is there a reason why we don't have deposits all in one area? Is it because of, to quickly pull that out? What, in my perfect world, I'd see a line in PFIA deposit holding account.
Yeah.
That's equal to the
Yeah.
deposit liability.
We can do that
Okay.
if you want. That 17,000 has been sitting there, I don't know, 6 years since I started. And yeah, if we want to move more money to that.
Without
doesn't look
moving
like it,
more, I would,
It doesn't look like it matches exactly, over the however 50 years or whatever we've been doing this, but
it should be really close.
really close is how close here?
I think we are pretty.
43 and 46, is that what?
Scroll down again.
43.
I think we're 43 and 43.
43. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I figured.
43 and 43. So
You're off
we're
$300.
off, yeah, $300. But
It should be, why is it?
I'd like to have the
Be
deposits
exact.
held in the same place and ideally be the same amounts.
Yeah.
So if we need to, if we owe,
Transfer a little money.
we're gonna transfer $300
Yeah.
to make that liability hold in that building account.
That would probably make the auditors happy.
It makes me happy.
That's an audit error.
Just in case you want to shut down and give everyone their deposit back all at one time.
You never know.
That'd be the only time you'd really do
You
that.
never know.
Okay, so that's that report. If you go down to the bottom of the report, you see the utility fund has a fund balance of $1.3 million is that one. So there's that. And then the next tab is changes in net position. It's these same funds, but income and expense for the 4 months of the fiscal year that we've been through at this point. And, very similar, but we also look at these same numbers on the budget report.
Yeah.
So, but the one nice thing about this report, if you're able to get it, and blow it up, I know it's too small to print, but you can actually see each fund in its own column in this report, whereas on the budget reports, they're kind of all the revenues and all the expenses, and you can't look at them by fund, which you can in this report.
I like it.
So, operating, community development, hotel tax, parking fees on across, you see the revenues. So,
4220 parking off street and metered was 4,000 or 5,000.
yeah, for October through January.
So
the
that's
revenue.
Park Mobile.
Yeah. And if you scroll down, Deanna, you'll see the expenses for that, that one bill that we pay out of that each month, that 2,063 or whatever it is for the mowing. Keep going, you'll see oh, you're still in revenue. The expenses are way down there in the,
Keep going. Yeah, keep going.
yeah.
Keep going. Keep going. Cause it's 65, yeah.
I like this.
Take near the bottom.
Do you ever have nightmares that you're being chased by numbers?
Okay, so we gotta get back over to the left a little bit, to the
Yeah.
parking column.
Stay down there, but go left.
Yeah. No, go back to
The other
the
way.
other way, sorry.
There we go.
Okay, so you see, now go back up. I guess we missed the detail.
But we're $700 over.
So somewhere up here, there you go. You see, parks maintenance, and repairs. Go up a little higher, should show that it's actually grants. That's the expense of that fund. And,
That seems to only be the landscape company though. If it's for 3 months, it's not
it's
the,
4 months.
but it's not,
It's gotta be 3 months. I think the last bill didn't come in until February 1st.
but the other stuff, the,
Porta potty.
electric, porta potty, garbage and
Go
water.
back over to the left further.
We've been paying that out of the general fund.
Yeah,
Oh, yeah.
so you go over to the general fund, you see 1,076 there. That's the porta potties. You see the electric, then the water. Those are the bills that the general fund pays.
Which will be reimbursed by Park Mobile.
These are budgeted. These are the bills that are in the budget. I was gonna say that were always paid out of the general fund before we hired this mowing contractor. They're still in the general fund. The porta potties, the water meter. So,
But we weren't paying for it before out of the general fund. We were paying for it out of monies in the budget that were allocated for the park out of the park fund.
Yeah,
they're,
I mean, that's
So-
what we were doing. with the
Before
park
we
fund.
went to a fund structure like this, we had, before we started having parking, all of it was in the general fund, and there was a single line item for parks, and not all that came out of that single line. When we initially started doing parking fees were collected in the general fund, and there's still that single line item for parks in our general fund. What we've done under this latest budget is we've broken out the parking fees as a special revenue collection item that's restricted just for park uses. And what that money is being used for is directly the maintenance activities. All the basic functions of the park, making sure the water works and that the porta potties and things are clean. There's still a line item in our general fund budget to cover that. It's not very much, but there's some over there as well.
It's gonna be $3,000 or $4,000, right?
Yeah. But it's not gonna be the 28,000, whatever it is for all the maintenance activities.
And that's just a complete change of what we've been doing in the past, because Park Mobile, I mean, the park fund that.
This is
out of
for the
budget.
benefit of the parks. What it does is shows, you guys are charging fees to the parks. Where's that money going? It is going to one activity right now. And that one activity is mowing and upkeep.
We can discuss that when we discuss the budget.
And when you're saying park fund, I think you're talking the park budget line item that we had.
Yeah.
We had one budget line item, and at the end of every year, it got wiped back to zero if it was not all spent.
Right, it went to.
And now we've got this other parking money that lives on from year to year. That's,
We're gonna be short on the budget this year, trust me, we're gonna be addressing that. That if we have a fund that has an excess in this case, which is the park mobile fund, we're going to have to apply, I'm telling you now, I want to apply more, the true expense to the true activity. And so,
That's what I thought the whole purpose of
I-
the restricted fund was to pay for the maintenance. And now you're only using it for the mowing and the garbage collection, when we have 4 other line items such as other maintenance things that are being taken out of the general fund.
no, we were in chaos, I know Jared put it in there, I was aware of it. I know it, one reason we did do it was because it was gonna be very complicated during the transition to try and accomplish that. And I acquiesced to his recommendation of not trying to split those accounts.
so y'all are suggesting we move all of the parks line, the expense line items over to the parking fee column.
Yes.
Well, that would certainly help the operating fund.
Yeah,
Mhm.
well, when we go to draft the next draft budget
Yeah.
in May and June, we'll make that change.
Oh, and
Unless it's something that you want to do urgently, and then we'll just bring it to council and you can pass an ordinance.
Well, I mean, we could run out of money maybe, or we're not, allowing to have money though for other things too, but we'll see. I know we've gone on so long about it, so we'll talk.
It's a valid point,
Mhm.
it's a valid concern. Because with all the expenses that we're gonna be incurring, that we're gonna be over budget on just about everything, it's particularly unfortunately, not to pick on Pete, but the wastewater facility as we've taken a big hit as a collective entity this year on the wastewater.
So that's that report. If you go over to the right, you'll get to the utility fund and you'll see. If you go to the bottom of that one, you'll see that the utility fund,
I'm gonna look at it here, I wrote it here.
we're about, go, see the 8,429, that's how much more we've spent than we've brought in the utility fund on an accrual basis this year. So, and if you go up a little higher, you'll see that that's largely, see that $17,000 equipment outlay right there? That's pretty much what did it.
Yeah.
And I got that money from the capital improvement fund to cover that. Okay, so that's that report. And there's just one more, the budget reports, I guess is a different spreadsheet that we've been seeing.
It's not that one.
No, that's just what I closed. My bad.
There we go.
So we have a budget report for the general fund here. And you'll remember, usually I'll say, okay, we're 4 months through the year, that's a third of the year. Track that to that percent of budget column and you'll see how we're doing on revenues versus expenses. And you can just kind of track down through those. You see our largest source, the ad valorem taxes, we've collected all but $69,000 of that through January. That money continues to come in and that will reach 100%.
Does that pass through to us directly as it comes in, or is that just a
It
monthly?
does like weekly, it comes.
Okay, so that's why you're that far along.
Yeah, oh yeah, as they collect it, we
Okay.
get it.
Okay. They're not allowed to sit
Sales
on
tax
it.
revenue, you see that's ahead of plan, franchise fees are pretty close to a third. Not much in permits. You see our interest is running a little bit behind.
interest is going to be a problem.
Municipal court revenue is actually ahead of plan, 24,000. So you see 399,632 of revenue so far through the year, 62.67% of the budget. Then we have departments. You see, we have governmental activities. Remember that on that previous page, you had the governmental, and you had the general government. Well, that's what you see here. You've got payroll, various expenses. In general government, that's going to be your clerk and your people at the front desk. It's going to be Javier. Those basic positions. You go on down, you have, after payroll, you have maintenance and repairs, grounds maintenance, other. The largest part of that is cleanup expense down here at the, I never know what to call that property down there that we got by the.
Skull
Bridge.
Triangle?
Yeah.
We just call it Triangle.
Yeah,
Was that, it says 3,800, but do you remember how much it was?
it was 2,000 something.
It was
And the rest of
2,800.
it is gonna be mowing of Hobson Ranch and whatever, other
So,
tracks that are not
At
parks.
least, yeah, over 2,000.
Yeah.
I thought it was 2,800. That's.
It's 2,800.
Not
2,800.
28,800. not
2,800 to do the Y, that whole thing.
Yeah.
I would like to talk about 5540 engineering. I just signed a transfer on that. So my question is, I looked through this whole thing, this is the only line item I see is engineering, maybe I'm blank. There's two types of engineering, as I understand it, the city engages in. One is the city engages in engineering, we did a grant, and, we ate for fee. The others is pass-through engineering, that we're paying the engineer, that we are then supposed to invoice the client for that work. We're bundling them all into one. And so there's a difficulty for everyone to break that out. I'm basically saying, why is it not two line items?
We can do that. There's actually there's engineering in every, like there's engineering in the utility fund, there's engineering in the.
I'm more concerned about, from a permitting standpoint. So as an example, right now, the way I understand, I'm stepping on the mayor's toes, I think, a little here, but I signed one and I asked her these questions about that. I'm very concerned about making sure that someone is, getting invoiced immediately on something like that. I mean, that'd be ideal. So if I pay someone, and right now we don't pre-collect it or anything, in most cases, it's on the, honor system. But there's no checks and balances right now, as I see it, because it relies on the person who signs the check. If the mayor's not here, she's technically, as I understand it, responsible to make sure that we collect this money, but there is no accounting that she's going to that would provide that checks and balance. I would encourage to be invoicing a client immediately when we pay a bill, is that we're invoicing someone just for the purpose of knowing that we need, even if we're gonna erase it, that we don't need to pay it. And then my other concern is, well, what's our markup percentage we're allowed to do on that? So if we invoice a Lanzola, let's just pick on Lanzola, they do $1,000 of engineering that we're paying, we should be, I would suggest, invoice and then with the markup immediately.
Yeah, so that's one of the things that we've looked at as we reprocess engineer our whole building and development procedures as we go to an online-based system. We're coming back to you with updated fees. We're gonna have some of those fees be pre-populated based off of the inputs. And so, but you're right, engineering and building permits, we have not had a very clear tracking.
I mean, we don't do a lot of it, but it's getting
It's
bigger.
most of the time in the building permit space, we get a cash flow for sometimes a pretty lengthy amount of time where we'll collect a building permit fee and then we don't get invoiced for that inspection a year or more later.
Really?
Yeah.
And so it's.
You're
it's
a
a-
toss of taking that long to do it.
Well, it kind of depends on the home builder or renovator to call and schedule that invoice and then, or have that inspection done. And then for us to get an invoice for that inspection. And so it's, right now with our current, counting systems and procedures, I cannot go into the files, our paper files or electronic files. So this invoice goes to this permit, or this, development agreement goes to this.
Well, I mean, you know what I'm getting at, you wanna bring a subdivision in.
Yep.
I wanna make sure we're doing it, and not just doing it to do it and keep busy, but it has to be a profitable venture for the city, and not just profitable for an engineer. You know, it can't be just more work.
Yeah,
You know what I'm getting at?
yeah,
you know,
and
I'm
so,
just like-
and certain projects have different flat rate fee structures. And certain projects have variable fees, and depending on the type of project, certain portions of the state statute regarding how permit fees are handled apply, and sometimes they don't. And so we're taking a close look at all that. I really want to get away from deposit accounts related to permit reviews and approvals and have it a fee base. Because like a development agreement, the $1,000 deposit, but then we get called for meetings. Sometimes Fairland Church might not charge us for the meeting, sometimes they might. But what meeting did they have, what project, what client, if, especially on these pre-development stuff, like you've experienced, and other council members have experienced on other things, those can eat a lot of staff time.
Yeah,
So
we-
what I want to get away from is deposit based, and it's a fee per event, especially a pre-development meeting, $500.
We need
You
to
know,
make sure.
and other
And
things.
you know what we're getting to, you're important to us to finding the methodology.
And then that meeting has a hard stop time, and it's
Yeah.
limited to 2 hours.
Yeah.
So today
and
we-
other things, so we're gonna address that because that's been a real concern of mine.
Well, you brought it up a
Several
year
years.
ago, and
Yeah.
that's one reason I brought it up, I liked it, based on, just the amount of silliness, and like I said, I signed those, and I'm just like, well, Mayor, are you sure you're
That
gonna
must be
invoice
why I
them?
built one of them today.
Yeah.
Yeah, we just
I'm
billed
just like,
4
Mayor, are you
invoices.
sure you're gonna remember to bill it,
Yeah.
where's the checks and balance on
Yeah.
that?
I think you're right.
That's
You
been
can
a
look at,
problem.
creating separate, 5541
Yeah,
is
that's all
developmental
billable.
services, the engineering.
Then you can
Reimbursable.
look at that in a month, and okay, we forgot to bill, Joe Blow, or whatever, about that.
And I have to take a look at a recent invoice. I don't know if we've had many mixed invoices.
Oh, yeah.
recently.
Oh, yeah,
But-
I signed one, there was
Okay.
3 line
Yeah.
items, the
We
middle
need-
one was for one person, the other 2 on the top and
Yeah, we
bottom
need
was
to
for
ask
someone
them
else. Yeah,
Okay,
to-
so, yeah, we'll have to work with.
that's what got my attention, like, oh, this is making Dwayne's job hard.
Yeah, so we'll try to get those separated and get invoices by project.
Yeah.
Will our new permitting thing help us track that in any way?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I mean, it's gonna help a lot because, everything's gonna have an assigned number. And it's gonna, every sort of developmental activity is gonna go through that system, so we don't have hey, I wanna meet with you, all right, so, through our system, so.
So
I can
ideally,
pay
they'll get, the pay will, like we say, ideally, they'll pay through that, so they want to schedule a meeting, well, until you pay, you don't get that a meeting.
Yeah, we've got, but can we make sure that there's enough additional fee charged to compensate?
So that's
us
what he's
for
talking about,
paying
is
you?
when we have a development meeting.
Yeah, we make sure that they pay for your time,
Well, not just my time, it's all the.
the whole staff.
You might have member from the
Yes.
planning and zoning
Yes.
board, maybe the chair, vice chair, other members of the council.
Yeah.
Decide the mayor, our engineers. There might be in a pre-development meeting, depending on what the project is, you might have 6 staff members, including our engineer.
Yeah, charge them.
Participants.
Well, how much of that is just doing your job?
Some of it, it's a public service.
Well, it's a public service. it's
But
also
then
development.
other parts of it are. I don't wanna say abused, but taken advantage of. There for a while, prior to
Impact fees.
the interest rates really going nuts, when there's a lot of development activity. It would be a dozen hours or more in staff time every single
Mhm.
spent on that, and which was really detracting from providing the essential services.
For other activities.
For other activities.
They need to pay.
And having those
Well-
fee structures in place
They need to
would
pay.
help us fund positions to take care of that. Also, part of what we're trying to do is get a lot of that activity out of the office and have those meetings with, when appropriate, with the engineer, with the building inspector. Now, there's gonna be times where it needs to be with the planning zoning, mayor, myself, but
Just providing better structure, I
Yeah.
think, and that's, what all I was bringing up was the billing. Cause I signed the thing, you know, as a counter, as a second signature for the engineer to get his check, and I just went, man, this is.
Yeah,
It's
I'm
challenging.
it's not intended for, you know, someone in our community who, they want to remodel their house or
Yeah.
have a new accessory structure installed on their lot. They're trying to get some guidance on the zoning rules. It's not really intended for that. I'm more thinking of people who are coming in with,
Development.
you know, $300 million development projects. That's what.
We have a lot of those right now, don't we?
Yeah, we got a
They're
couple.
floating around.
I guess what I'm saying is, whatever your fee structure ends up looking like, just take into account that you really can't double bill somebody, like have the city paying part of the hours that you're working and have the developers paying also. So maybe build in a certain amount, and then once you reach that max, then you pay more or something, but just consider not, you know, not double billing.
I don't think we've gone anywhere close to that.
No, I don't think.
Now, right now, we're just billing invoices.
Mhm.
Yeah,
Yeah, no, I'm talking about if you decide that you want to start billing the developer more, like we were just saying 1 second ago between Jared and Mike. If you decide to go with that structure, that's fine, I don't care. But just be mindful of the fact that part of it is your job and part of it is a pain in the ass fee. Right, and so like,
No,
They can
it's
pay
really,
that.
it's really intended to pay for the positions that are needed to support that activity. One of the reasons why we've hired assistant city managers the last couple of years has been because of these development meetings, taking my time
Mhm.
away from doing some of the jobs that I need to do to, you know, kind of run the ship a
the
little
rest
bit.
of this.
And so it would really be reimbursing those extra positions I need to meet that.
And that's great. I'm not arguing with it. I'm not saying don't do it. I'm just saying be mindful, just have it in the back of your head as you're establishing what people pay fees for, don't pay additional fees for. That's all.
So you just said if there is a development meeting and you have, say, planning and zoning or other council people there that are volunteer positions, that you charge the developer for planning and zoning to be there, to be at a pre-development meeting?
I'm not looking at creating an hourly rate structure and, you know, setting the council members' time at a certain limit or my time or whatever.
Well, you
Wait, wait,
mentioned
wait.
planning and zoning.
So I
coming to a
mentioned that
Development meeting, and that's
To
me.
show the level of resources that go into those meetings. You know, in terms of person hours, if you have 5 or 6 people attending a 2-hour meeting, you're doing 12 hours worth of time. There's a cost associated with that.
I totally agree.
So, but I want to do it on a flat fee that makes $500, $200. I don't know what's going to be. We're going to look at that as we go through this process engineering process. But
Mhm.
without-
No, it just seems curious, though, as she somewhat mentioned, that if a city council person is there at a pre-development meeting, that you're saying you're billing them based on a certain amount of hours of that meeting.
I think he's using it more as an example, if there was a lot of parties at the meeting.
Okay.
yeah.
And as he
But-
said-
But the
Right now, we're not
the
doing,
focus of my point was, the engineer is charging us.
yeah,
And so we're out of pocket a fixed cost that is not part of our inherent budget. But Jared's position, I think you all agree that if, you know, if someone wants to come in and have a 2-hour meeting with the staff, and obviously we're not compensated, but if there's 3 people in staff there in that meeting, we're paying them. They're not doing what they already had a job to do. You know, it can't be just a fishing expedition every single time. There has to be some level of, you know, hey, it's not, you're not asking a 15-minute question. This is a 2-hour with
And like-
several staff members.
Like you
Should be
said,
something.
And like you said, if it's just somebody doing a remodel permit, it's, we're
Yeah,
not gonna be charging people for that.
Um,
These are developers.
yeah, this is totally different.
Got it. Okay.
So we need to move on.
Let's
Is there
go
any
on.
more questions about the financial report? Do you have any more to present?
You know, it's not really, it's just a comparison of budget to actual on those three tabs. We've already been through the actual numbers on the previous report. You know, I can continue to go down through here, but it's, you know, more of the same. Go on, maybe we can look at totals kind of. You see, contractual services, 22% of budget year to date, insurance.
That's all within
Expense
that,
is,
all within that one general services zone.
yeah. So keep going on down, Deanna, see where everything starts with the 01.
And election services, what, was 8, right? In the budget?
The general services.
Yeah, so 24,
Wow.
so general services, we've spent 24% of the budget through 33% of the year. So go on down to admin and finance total. And
Yeah.
there you go. We've spent 35.5% of that one. Public safety. Going. 33%, so that's right on plan. Municipal court. We've spent very little there. So public safety in general, you see, which includes court, you're at 33%, so that's on plan. Then you've got parks. We talked about those expenses earlier. There they are relative to their budget. See that transfer out, that 17,000? That's the money that came out of the general fund to go over to the utility fund to buy that pump. So then the next tab would be the utility fund budget, and just looking at revenues there, kind of go down to total revenues. You'll see 33%. So that's right on plan. There's that money coming in to the utility fund to pay for that pump, the 17,000. And then if you go on down and look at the expenses, maybe total. You'll see sewer there. That's going to be the one that's going to be 64% of the budget we've spent in the first 4 months. And then solid waste, that's just the, you know, the check we write to. I don't know why I've got lab fee budget from the solid waste. I don't think we do any lab testing of the garbage.
No, we need to put that in 82.
That needs to move up to the previous section. But anyway, total expenses, you see 41% of the budget. That's why you've got a loss there of 8,429. And then the next tab is the special revenue fund. That's the hotel tax, the Park Mobile. So if you go on down to that total, you'll see total income 28.26%. And then expenses. Total expenses are what?
11.
Yeah, 9,169, or is it? Yeah. Total expense. So that's all fine. You see how these see how that column J, how it equals 0 at the end of each period, the fund, the amount of that fund is transferred over to that other, to the balance sheet, to the fund balance, and then it's reallocated each month. So that's the finance report, and I guess we can decide how much of this we want to go through every month, because it's quite detailed.
Yes.
I'll give you a.
I think if it's sent to everybody,
Three
they
things.
could just come with questions.
Yeah, and I just wanted to, the first time at least, to show you the format.
I like it.
And this is the same format that if you opened up the finances for the city of Houston or the city of San Marcos or whatever, they're gonna look just
Yeah.
like this.
Okay.
So,
Okay.
Thank you,
Thanks, Dwayne.
Really appreciate
So
it.
this is an interesting point that Dwayne was telling me earlier. You know, we made an investment into the software to create some efficiencies here and hopefully lower costs on our audit fees. And what was it? We're almost paid for it in the cost difference of what it would have.
Yeah,
been
I think we've
versus-
spent about $20,000 of that infrastructure number I showed you earlier on this. And the audit fee, the first year has already gone from 30 to 16. So,
I know, I saw that bill and I went, you gotta be effing kidding me until you explained it. Because it was the train, and once I realized you had that many QuickBook files, which is the most absurd thing I'd ever effing seen in my entire life, but I've seen it somewhere else, so I get it now. I've been involved in several businesses that have done merge stuff, but I've never seen anyone ever have to deal with that, so you keep having to close the file and open the file. That's just nerve wracking, so.
Yeah.
I feel
Yeah.
for you, buddy. I know, I totally get the frustrations.
But that's good news is that some of these reports are what we pay auditors to do. Now we're able to generate ourselves, just seeing some of the preliminaries here
Yeah.
tonight. We'll be making, that investment's paying for itself
Yep.
next year.
Love it.
He's had to spend a lot of time with IT,
with what?
with IT,
Yeah,
getting
mainly
things
with
straightened
the,
out.
with the implementation people of that software.
Yeah,
But
We've
they've
spent
been real
about
good, very helpful.
$4,000 extra in hours to have IT work. But Dwayne stuck with it.
Good job, Dwayne. Thank you, sir.
Okay, we're gonna move on. Pete.
My turn.
I'm gonna miss your exciting
It's
presentation.
not that exciting.
You wanna hear about the flow?
It rolls downhill.
She doesn't want to participate in all the gutter talk.
She said, I sat in the wrong place.
This one, we had no issues with the lift station. So.
Good.
Hey,
But I did, I'm gonna get a quote on that pump, for one pump, for the apartments, lift station down.
Oh, boy.
Any more whites?
Here we go again. No,
Need to replace it? We need to replace one of the apartment
No,
pumps?
I'm gonna get a quote, it's a quote up there. Getting a quote, I'm gonna get a number for a pump,
He's gonna get a quote, so he has it ready.
just in case.
So
You don't have a backup.
So
Don't
we
we
can
have,
say, I
don't we
got
have
you. a
three
quote
out there?
for
We have
that.
two Xylons that are pretty new and that third with the,
Not that. They've gone through a lot of abuse,
I guess 4 years or so.
but, so that's what we gotta do. And, I did talk to that lady there at the apartments, finally met, since she's a new kid on the block. She, I told her all the things that were going on up there with pumps, cost the city.
You listening to you?
She didn't listen to.
Charger.
And she said she was gonna tell all the tenants there that not to be throwing in cars. In the lift station. See what happens.
I'd like to charge it. Man, I'd
And
like.
I told her that, if it keeps on going, then it's gonna happen. That direction.
Maybe we need to do a training on what is flushable and what is not.
Well, we did the PR like a year ago and we didn't have a problem for a while. and Now we have, it's like, we should continue that PR activity.
Yeah, you get
Unfortunately.
different tenants there too.
Yeah.
I don't want to charge them dearly.
I'm sure y'all can do something about it.
Do them that way, that monetary hit really makes.
It's not a fun adventure. We mess with that stuff.
Real quick, so the city council approved us the contract for the installation of the pump bowl that needs to be replaced. We have received one quote. Have we received any others? But we reached out to a couple of places.
Nobody.
So in our purchasing policy, even though I have approval, we still, to spend the money, we still have to go get quotes. at this point, council, we've tried reaching out to all we can get. I think I'm gonna just go ahead and approve.
It was about $26,000.
That was that one quote.
No one else?
I was gonna bring it to council and forgot to put it on the agenda.
And he's about the cheapest one even during the pandemic. During the pandemic, it was in the 60,000s. Yeah.
Well, one of them was it.
Yeah.
And that, where is that, how is that getting funded?
So that's gonna come out of our general fund savings.
Plus, we got another $5,000 bill today that we had never gotten before.
Electric.
It was from Apex Electric. So I think we need to put that on the agenda for next city council meeting. I know that city council had said, go ahead and do so up to so much, but I think that they need to know about these expenses.
Okay, we can do that.
That was, Jared, it was the starters that got replaced. It's been a haul back.
Yeah.
They-
At Madison.
Yes. Been a long one.
Don't make money on that, with that ever.
Okay, that's fine.
That needs to be done regardless.
If it needs to be done,
Yeah, on the Madison lift station, when that electrical went out, we had already paid like about 5,000. And so this $5,000 bill that came in today, that was unexpected. That brought it up to like 10. And then if we have to spend another 5,000, that was a quote that was approved to go ahead because he had to get a lift truck because he has to go up on a pole and everything that we voted on and approved. No, I haven't heard anything on that it has taken
Somebody's called me
place.
and nobody reached out to me about that. But that invoice you were showing me earlier, that was the two starters that got replaced. And that's way.
Yeah, since November, but I don't know where the invoice went because it didn't come to Dwayne or myself. So
It's an approved invoice already.
Yeah, you approved, you
Well,
had,
there were some small ones, like $300 and $500, but this is $5,000.
but I saw on the bottom of that invoice, it was like 22, that's.
Oh, am I wrong?
yeah, so we hadn't seen that one before.
I didn't see no 5,000, I'm missing something. That's all.
Maybe that was the approval of, I mean.
I think it was
the
the
initial
actual
quote.
quote that was.
That was the quote
The
that we
quote.
approved to actually go up on the electric pole.
That was
So this is separate. This is different.
that was some work that was done a long time. And it went through all this company.
And they actually, even on that bill, they applied the 350 towards that bill. But I thought the 350 was for something else. So I'm still trying to sort them out.
Yeah, I couldn't figure out that out. But that was tough.
So it's kind of weird.
Is number 6, is that isolated only to Crockett Street then? Or, I mean, are there
just
some
was-
crushed lines there?
It's not suspicious.
It's what?
That's what I'm thinking. There's something wrong with that line in there. They ran a camera in there. There's an issue there. So, needs to be addressed to something.
And that quote was $20,000.
What?
So all the affluent runs down,
We did get 3 quotes on it and one was significantly less.
One, I think there was 2 for 8,000 and the other one.
Oh, that's right. There was 8,000.
4,000.
Yeah,
Is that for that
8,000.
one line on that one street?
Yes.
yes. And doesn't it connect to a main line on Lockhart Street?
Yeah, they're all.
but doesn't it go down from Lockhart Street to Crockett and then go to the lift station? So all the stuff from Lockhart Street is going through that broken line on Crockett?
Just a one single line, the main district carries all the wastewater. Everybody has their own sewer line from their house coming out. And then you have an issue on your line, you're gonna have an issue yourself. It won't affect it.
But you're saying this is on the city side of the
It
street?
is.
and it's not affecting anyone else.
It's just that house.
So it's in between, so oftentimes you're gonna have, between the house and near the street, they'll have a clean out. everything from that clean out up is their responsibility. Sometimes there's a second clean out, city side clean out, but between that clean out and the main, that's our responsibility.
So is the legality from the clean out, is it legality from the right of way?
Anything from the property line back to the street belongs to the city. Anything back behind that clean out.
So the clean out should be on the proper, on the split, if you will, where the right of way is. And
Most of
should-
the time it's, but there might be situations where it's not.
That is our clean out.
And you can see it right by her mailbox.
I know where it is. I'm just
Yeah.
like, just is mind boggling that the road looks fine. So, I mean, what's caused that to collapse all of a sudden?
And it seems to be working right now, so.
This is this one.
Yeah, it's
Right on
right.
the corner.
Yeah, it's
I
right
always
there.
thought it was down here right by the lift station.
Oh, no.
Yeah, that was where it was caving in, was down.
And like I said, if you drive, everyone drives by there and the road is, I mean, there's nothing that has collapsed on top of it. So it's very perplexing
Is
to
this
me.
near where the fire trucks
Yes,
park?
yes, it
They're on the
is.
other side of the
So it
street.
could have something to do with that. Although it doesn't look like there's anything wrong with, I mean, it's
Yeah, because they
like
go,
there's anything wrong with the street.
there's nothing wrong with the street and that clean out is literally right by the street. It is, you
That's
know,
our, that's our clean out. City's-
yeah, and it's intact.
Anyway, I'll bring all of those receipts and get it organized and we'll have that at the next
We,
meeting.
we ran a camera through that line and we saw it there. There's something going on. I don't know what it is.
Yeah. I know, I've got one of the cameras here, and sometimes you can see it, but if it's collapsed, you won't see
Yeah,
anything.
it's
It's just a wall.
I think I sent out to the city.
Yeah, you just don't see it. You won't see anything with it. Yeah, it's just collapsed, so.
Okay, we gotta move on.
Let's move
Yeah.
on. We're
And,
done.
Then, we, I think Jose Ortega came by and he calibrated, he, checked out that RPZ or that backflow preventer there at the Madison lift station. He tested that, he does that every year. And we also grabbed the soil samples for the year, 3 part for the permit. And, I'm still working on the communication to that Madison lift station there. We've done all our normal stuff. We went ahead and, we have recirculated our wastewater, the air into the ponds and stuff. And we also, collected our BOD sample. And, calculated our flow. I'm still waiting on a quote for those costs here. For the costs on at the Crockett lift station,
On the other.
yeah. Knocked out proud all of a sudden,
Talking about all those repairs that needed to be done.
but yeah. That's, we pumped it like, I think it was like about 1,248,000 gallons. We averaged about 40,258. Maximum flow was 144,000. Minimum was 27,000 gallons for the month. And the pH stayed pretty stable on the effluent side of the wastewater.
Okay, any questions? Thank you, Pete.
Thanks, Pete.
Thank you. So I couldn't bring any more news, but hey.
Yes.
Watch those wipes.
That's a culprit on having a wastewater. Anything happen?
Yeah.
Pete, I had one question that I know nothing, I know less than nothing about, and I was hoping you could just tell me. On the, website that talks about the city's, permits for wastewater, it says that there are 2, but one is active and one is expired. Do you know why we have one that's expired? Is that an old one?
Probably an old one. Yeah.
I couldn't get to where I could
When
understand.
I first came back over here, just to give you a little bit of
Mhm.
insight, I came here and they gave me a bunch of letters, you know, and they were writing, the city was writing expired permit. So I had to get it with DCQ.
Really quick.
I've asked, we're up for a renewal in 2025, and I've asked Freeland and Turk to give us a separate task order quote for that job, and they haven't sent it to us yet, but it'll be a few $1,000s at, several $1,000s, less than 10, more than 5. I believe we have that in the budget.
Yeah, because it's every 5.
Yeah, this one's weird because it says, last update date was 2004, so then I was like, it's probably just old and expired. But then a little bit later, it says begin date was July of 2014, and there's no end date. Because if it expires, why doesn't it have an end date?
There's some verbiage at the beginning of the permit. It tells you when they expire that, at midnight.
Oh,
They should have a copy of the permit. That's.
Yeah, we should.
I know exactly what you're talking about. I have the same issue looking up some other permit.
mhm,
It's very, 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 very difficult to find the detail of the actual date. Like,
mhm,
talked to Catherine about that on another issue. That's what I brought up at the last meeting.
mhm.
Finding that, it took me 15, almost 20 minutes to find it on someone else's permit. Is not, you keep clicking and get lucky maybe.
Yeah, you're gonna have a, get to the permit, you gotta get the, ID, I guess. The permit number.
Yeah.
You gotta get.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, chief, you're up.
Good evening, hope everybody enjoying the cold. This was great. So for January 25, we had 69 citations. 32 of those were warnings of the traffic stops, rather. 37 citations, 32 warnings. We got one city ordinance vehicle for up in the park, wrote that person vehicle were prohibited. Disregard no passing zone 6. Most of them were 46 were for speeding, really give it a stop. See all the different ones. Had a lot of animal calls, in January. I will ask if you talk to your folks, all your constituents and stuff, tell them if they find dogs on Skull Road, really Skull Road is in Brother County. Don't pick them up and bring them to your house in Martindale. What we do, it's a nice thing.
Laura.
I don't even go to school.
I'm kidding.
Where I know.
I really, it's a nice thing to do, I get it.
Wow, you got called out on that one.
I don't have any.
I'm just
from Scroll
kidding.
Road. None from Scroll Road.
It's someone else's issue, not ours, and we'll take care of them, but they really don't like us to take them to the rock art shelter because it comes from Baldwin County.
Oh.
So,
Yeah, it just makes it more difficult, right?
right, and it's harder for the person from San Marcos or wherever
To find
to
it.
find their own dog. 'cause they're
Right,
not
makes
looking at
sense.
mark
Right,
art.
no, it's totally true.
Makes
So-
sense.
We'll ask that, if y'all talk to folks about that. It's not a big deal, but we'll still address it, but we'll answer those calls.
Oh, so wait, what do I tell them to do? If it's from Guadalupe County then?
Take it back over there to
But I
where,
mean, like, don't pick it up from there, but like, if you find one over there, who do you
they
call?
can call Guadalupe County Sheriff's Office
Okay.
or call, San Marcos if it's in the city of San Marcos or wherever, right over in that area.
Okay.
But just don't bring it back to Martindale, please.
No, sir, Bob, not anymore.
So, anyway, we had 11 city ordinance contacts. I know we don't have a code enforcement officer or code enforcement person right now. So we're making those city ordinance violation contacts and addressing those as we see fit. There have been some that I get the emails for people calling in and reporting things or writing in on those reporting things. Y'all seen them. I go out and address those. One that we got several times, finally got those people to clean that up, so it's no longer there. The one on Northwest River Road in about the 800 block. So all that stuff is gone, the mattresses and everything else. It was illegally dumped there in the first place. Don't know who did it, but now it's all cleaned up, so it's gone.
Awesome.
That's
So
good.
probably won't get those complaints no more, hopefully.
I had one question about on 80 as you go towards Skyview. I don't know what they're doing there on the right side, if they're demolishing something, but you look right on the
I
scenic
think he
corridor
passed away, didn't
and it's not very scenic there.
Oh,
I don't think that should be a part of our scenic
Right.
corridor.
he? Yeah,
Right, so they're passed away, and I got another one where the person
they
passed
were
away.
dealing with them.
But a lot of that stuff is in probate.
And so now what I'm doing is I'm reaching out and saying, hey, give me your attorneys so that I can say, hey, you guys gotta come mow this. Because people are fighting over that property and know there's some issues that I'm having to figure out who. So I'm gonna find out who their both attorneys are and say, hey, y'all gonna have to work something out. Y'all gotta mow this grass because it's high, there's rats, there's all kinds of stuff. But it's more than grass, there's just junk all over the place. There is, but really, I mean, it's in probate, no one really owns it right now. And so really, I read through the city ordinance, what we can do as a city is the city can go clean it up, put a lien on the property, and then once they get that all sorted out, we have a lien that they can come pay off the city. That's one thing we can do, but we don't have. We have to do that. We have to find a contractor to go.
It's a
clean it up.
process,
It'd be a long process. So
Add to the list.
anyway, that's just one
Thank
thing.
you.
I looked up all that. So
Thank you, sir.
I'm dealing with their attorneys. I'm gonna start dealing with their attorneys here pretty quick. I was dealing with individuals, but not getting anywhere. Okay, thank you. One you'll see on here, residence and business checks. I will encourage everyone and people that are listening, if you go out of town, call us for a business or residence check. We will check your house numerous times to make sure that everything's safe. We don't want, we haven't had any, knock on wood, but we don't want burglaries either. If people see you're gone and so forth. So we're watching, checking doors, making sure they're locked and still there. So we did 11 of those, in January.
That's a great service. Thank you, Chief.
It is when we know that people are gone, so we can take care of their house or business.
Excellent.
We had 23 calls for service, 2 incident reports, 6 assist county, 18 motorist assist. Sorry, my eyes are blurry on here. 20 park checks, traffic hazard. We did 2 crash reports and 1 offense report. Any questions on anything we had?
Are those park checks mostly at night or are they like just anytime?
Any random, we just go through and check on stuff. Once everything gets kicking back up on the Park Mobile, we'll regain our access to it and we can run license plate numbers and so on and see who hasn't paid and say, hey, go pay before the record comes through and snatches them up. So that's one thing we try to do.
I was just wondering how the vehicles are doing. Are they holding up? The patrol
Yes.
vehicles.
Knock on wood, right now, both vehicles are up and running.
Mm.
Up and running. We had brakes, we had to get brakes on, one of them. Cost, I think, $2,000, or no, about $2,000, let's just say. I can't remember the number on the brakes. And then once they put them on, they were defective. The ones that they got were defective, so we had to take it back and get them redone, but they redid everything, so it was no
Just a
issue.
Tahoe. Chuck Nash.
No, we did it at, Chuck Nash has been good to us, but, we did it Goodyear. Goodyear was a lower bid than,
like
Chuck Nash.
$12,000 less.
Yeah.
Well, and they replaced them when they were defective, right? And
Right, yeah.
Didn't
they
have to pay
they didn't,
extra.
They didn't even bat an eye. They said, bring it back to us. It just was downtime. That's all. Yeah, they were really good about replacing it all and doing everything. Actually got more out of it because it gave us new rotors.
Oh, cool. Good job.
That was pretty much it.
Thanks, Chief.
Thank you. Okay, we're gonna move on to new business. Consideration, discussion, and approval concerning the award of legal counsel for the contract regarding GLO, CDBG MET grant, and there's the number, City of Martindale Flood and Drainage Improvement Project. So we sent you the 3 resumes from attorney firms. One firm had just 1 attorney, and the other 2 were pretty large firms in Austin. So is there any discussion on this or?
I'm assuming there was you guys have a recommendation?
My recommendation was Davidson, Trolio, Ream, and Garza.
I'm
That was
sorry,
the
can we
one.
back up just 1 second before we get to your recommendation? I missed the part where, I don't know how I missed it, but I missed the whole part where we like discussed we were gonna be hiring one. I saw an ad in the Lockhart newspaper asking for somebody with an expertise in this for the city of Martindale. That's the only time I've heard about it. So what are we doing and why?
Okay, so what we're doing is part of the Northwest River Road grant. And in the land acquisition phase, we're getting ready for, in case we don't settle with some of the residents. One case in point is the John Creighton Cemetery. There is no owner. We went through the process of doing a deed research, and there's just no ownership. Now, there has been family descendants that have been taking care of it. And her name is Cindy Woolery, and she's formed a nonprofit organization, but it's just been since this has all started. And so there's no ownership of it. So what we have to do is condemn it and take ownership. And then later, if the city council decides, they can give that cemetery back to the family to take care of. And then it would be deeded back to them, is my understanding. But that's one of the reasons that we need a eminent domain attorney. And we do have a eminent domain presentation slideshow if you want to know more. I know it's getting late, but about all of the legalities, I have sent that to Deanna if we want to go through it. We had quite a few attorneys actually answer the ad. And that's kind of where we're at. We're just trying to move forward because we're getting, short of time. We want to get to the engineering phase.
I guess that there's no, I guess with Laura's, there's no bid price or anything. Is there, I guess we really don't know.
No, you can't even, this is kind of like on the engineers. You can't go by who's cheapest. You don't ask them.
Unfortunately.
There was a couple that did address finances and stuff, but, what their rates are. Now.
Did they give you a rate? Did they give you a rate or not?
No, I think in the
Grant would have
the grant would have what?
requirement, right?
The lawyers are a protected class, so you can't ask for their prices. You have to solely base it off their qualifications.
Well, lawyers run the country. What can I say?
They always protect, well, they're the highest profession in the legislature, so there's a reason why. They're not
Exactly.
stupid, they get them,
Exactly.
the laws to work for them.
Our top three that we were looking at between Javi, Jared, and myself, were Casso, I guess is how you say it. He's just a one attorney law firm, and we really liked his resume. It looked like he also did appraisals for things. We made sure that they all had like this SAM.gov. I'm not even sure what that SAM.gov is, but they had to have it to get paid. I think it's something through the grant and how they got paid. The other one was the Nossaman out of Austin that we really liked. And like I said, the Davidson, Trulio, Ream, and Garza. And some of the things that I particularly liked about that one, it says throughout eminent domain process, we'll always promote Martindale's interests while working collaboratively with Martindale's management, legal counsel, and any other Martindale specialists. Our goals are not only to develop good working relationship with Martindale, but also to manage the complex real estate acquisition and eminent domain process for you, even helping to forecast legal issues. We seek to solve problems earlier rather than later. As you can see, our firm background, DTRG, has extensive relevant experience and a track record of success and efficiency in eminent domain matters. We are good at what we do and easy to work with. And I felt like a bigger firm was maybe better than the one lawyer firm, because if we we want to move forward quickly. And I think with a larger firm, maybe that could happen. I don't
Maybe
know.
more staff that they have available.
Yeah,
No
they have
conflicts to other projects.
24 attorneys.
So the requirement of the grant though is to go outsource the attorney? Is that written in the grant? I mean, we don't do it in-house or what?
Well, when it comes to a specialty like eminent domain, you want to make sure you have someone who's very thorough in that knowledge.
You don't want me handling this.
Can I ask where the budgetary money comes for the cost?
That'll come from your acquisition budget.
Yes, it does.
I mean,
And we're
yeah.
budgeting about 20,000 for each one.
I thought originally in deeds that I had read about the cemeteries is that Clayton directly gave the land to the Martindale Missionary Baptist Church. And so the Baptist Church owned both of the cemetery or had acquired the cemetery. So how has that changed? Because
We can't find that Baptist church. So they were in San Marcos and we followed the trail as far as that we could. But they don't seem to exist anymore.
oh, I thought that was just another name for the Martindale Baptist Church that
Dead
we
end
had.
road.
No, it was the San Marcos Vision.
I believe it
Missionary.
renamed at some point in the history but it's still the church no longer exists.
Okay.
Mayor, the name that you mentioned, I've had very loose encounters. Clients have been, real estate interests, yeah, that's a big, real estate interests and you'll get copied on pleadings because of that sometimes. I've seen that name many times and never seen any bad one. It's a good things.
Oh, thanks.
Yeah.
Okay.
And like I said, if you want to know about the eminent domain process, we do have a slideshow on that telling you about all the rules. It's done by TxDOT. But I know it's getting late.
Yeah, let's go on. I
And
don't.
so if anybody would
I'm not
like to
ready.
make a motion,
I have to abstain from this.
yes, you cannot vote. I meant to say that. I'm so sorry, but thank you. So Matthew cannot vote on this since he has a property that's being considered.
So this one,
Yeah.
Yeah. 3.1.
so approve. So name which one we want to approve.
Yes.
You would pick the long one.
Well, but if anybody else wants to
I'm just kidding.
pick a different one, that's fine.
All right, so I'll make a motion to approve or award legal counsel for the contract regarding GLO CDBG MIT grant number 22-085-040-D288, City of Martindale Flood and Drainage Improvement Project, to Davidson, Troillo, Ream, and Garza.
I second that.
Okay. So we have a motion and a second. Is there any more discussion? Okay, hearing none, all in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? No? Okay, so the motion carries. Thank you. Yeah, got that one done. Okay, now we're gonna move on to 3.2. Motion to approve or deny ordinance 2025-02-20, providing for the regulation of short-term rentals in the city of Martindale, Texas. And Alyssa, I know you got a long drive, so you're welcome to stay or,
Did you need me for the grants discussion at the end of all?
oh,
Or is that just a
yeah, probably that might be helpful.
Maybe.
Okay, 3.2, the short-term rental ordinance.
So, city council, this is the clean version we have on the screen. You should have received in the email a track changes version that shows the red lines, additions and subtractions from what you've seen previously. Things that we updated included definitions of occupants. Pulled that from the San Antonio ordinance covering short-term rentals. And use a slight modifier to include the that there's a transaction involved. And then some other matters, fees and everything. So if you have any questions, we can just jump to that line item and we can address whatever questions or concerns you have.
I had a question about, I'm sorry, I didn't email you this, but the 2 persons per bedroom, what if they have children? I mean, people bring children when they come to vacation, they might bring a crib. I mean, is a child a person? I think that is very restricted.
Is there a half? A half of a person?
Yeah, I mean, when you say 2 persons per bedroom, what if they have twins and they like to sleep there in the same room? I mean, I think it's almost, I wouldn't say discriminatory towards families, but it almost appears that way if we're saying 2 persons per bedroom. When do the children come into play?
So this is intended for setting the occupancy for the household, or for, not for the household, for the, short-term rental itself. So what they're authorized up to. So if it's a 3-bedroom house, they're authorized up to no more than 6 occupants at a time. So if you're if you're a traditional family with 4 children, then 6 would be covered under a typical 3-bedroom house. There's a 2-bedroom house before. Now, I doubt, I'd be very surprised to learn if our police department was going around trying to cite families for exceeding the occupancy when it's 2 adult parents and a brood of children.
But the problem is.
But what you run into is we want to have that enforcement mechanism for when Cape of 5 or whatever comes down and rents a place in the river. And, only 2 fraternity brothers are on are registered occupants and there's 47 people there. It's really intended for those things and it draws a clean line.
But it doesn't really imply that. All it says is 2 people. I mean, and so I don't like that.
It's 2 people per bedroom.
I know, but what if you have a child? If you're a husband and wife?
He just
and you
explained
get-
it to you, Sam.
What?
He just explained it to
The
you.
only,
No,
the
he
only,
really
the only
didn't.
issue
He
that
did.
would come into play is in the situation of a single bedroom, dwelling.
You
In a
only-
in a single bedroom dwelling, that might cause an issue, say if it's a, queen king size bed in the one, and then there's a height of bed in the living room or something. If the advertiser is advertising that short-term rental as having occupancy of 4, they only have a single bedroom, that would be a violation of this. However, we do provide a exception following a fire safety inspection, payment of those inspection fees. So if you have a 1-bedroom loft apartment in the city and you want to advertise instead of a 2-person occupancy as a 4-person occupancy because you have 2 queen beds in that single room, you can do so under the exception that you receive a fire safety inspection to make sure that there's an egress and things.
But you're saying you don't expect the police to enforce if they have children, but you're actually putting this in the ordinance to have the police enforce it in terms of adults. And so how can
Like,
you
let's say,
make that
well, if you have, it might be in children. So if you have a Little League T-ball team and they're coming into town to have a tournament in San Marcos and they're all going to stay at an Airbnb in town. If it's a couple of chaperones and 12 kids running around, well, the adults might not limit the occupancy, but it'd still be unsafe to have 12 children in a 3-bedroom house, for example. So it's intended for enforcing the occupancy of what the building is designed to do, and making sure it's fire safe. Anything that's really an anomaly is what would likely be focused by our police department as part of enforcement. I don't think we're gonna play gotcha games and say, oh, you have 3 kids, not 2, and this is only so that would be something that the city council, if they caught wind of something like that happening, they could have a performance review discussion with the chief of police on his zealous enforcement of this ordinance. But as long as I'm here, my recommendation would be that we don't focus on those issues.
And looking at these in other places, I really see no other way to do it, because when you limit the definition to persons, what you do is you don't discriminate based on, say, a single family description or a marital description. You just, you say, well, any 2 people, and we don't care who you are. But I mean, the whole idea, when the Third Court of Appeals addressed these issues in the city of Austin, what happened is that Austin had these competing, this very convoluted short-term rental ordinance, and you had to go through the process of applying differently, but you had this rush of people in these downtown neighborhoods and these wild parties, I think, like Jared was mentioning. So then the whole idea is to simply say, if you were to come into this particular area, like a hotel, there's going to be a limit on the number of people that can be there. I mean, because I can't tell you how many times we've taken the kids somewhere and check the box and say 1 room, 2 people, or the large room, maybe 3 people, but there's always a person limit.
Go ahead.
I was just gonna comment that the Austin short-term rental one also says 2 occupants. And if there's a problem, you go through the inspection and go through the process, and then it has like you have to go through an inspection if you violate it, you know, you have to do like an inspection for like 3 years or something before you get trusted again. So I think it's a pretty standard way of dealing with it. I mean, it seems like a good, I don't know.
Yeah, it's reflected in most of what we found. Any other items for discussion?
No, I want to thank you for reading my email, and
Yeah, so yeah, do you want to bring
I
up
kind of
those?
overwhelmed you with it, but I actually wrote that in about 5 minutes, believe it or not.
Yeah.
So,
You want to talk about
Well,
any
we've
of
heard how
those
fast
issues
you
that,
talk. Do you type that fast too?
yes,
there are some
and
things
I
that,
don't use AI to talk to you, I actually do it old fashioned.
How about off-street parking? Like, I mean, that is gonna start to get into our impervious cover ordinance. Say, you'll have more impervious cover from an off-street parking space that was not there originally. I don't know, that,
Regulation.
It could be a Caliche driveway. That's pervious.
well, it doesn't say
So, I
that,
mean,
it just says off-street
I think you're-
parking.
Well, they're just trying
well,
to,
I'm just trying to prevent people clogging roads.
Exactly.
I mean, you see the biggest, inside the city limits that I know of is the property next to the mayor, right around the corner there. I mean, the advantageous part of theirs is it's gated, and I think only a handful of times has there ever been cars outside the gate. I know it's happened.
They have ample park.
Yeah, they have ample parking, and it does happen at least once or twice during the summer. They're gonna be the biggest hurdle for you to deal with as far as occupancy limit, because they have a high occupancy level, so enjoy that.
And multiple bunk rooms and,
Yes,
or
so,
bunk beds.
Tents in the yard.
so, yeah, no, Jared made quite a few changes that we had discussed. One was the fee. One was the complaint process, and so it's actually in there. Jared puts it to the complaint process of the online with the city, so that was great. 2 years instead of indefinitely, which is what Waverly uses. Did we discuss RVs specifically? You kind of just left that is, it's more of a zoning thing,
Yeah, so there's an issue brought forward about how we regulate short-term rentals where people are renting out their RV. I believe our RV ordinance already addresses that, the one that we passed a year ago, where it allows people to, you have your family visiting to sleep in it, but it's not hooked up. right? If we were going to address RVs,
Well, you know, I'm bringing it up for a specific reason, you know, there is someone.
yeah, so if we are going to address RVs, my recommendation is that we would regulate that they are not used as short-term rentals unless we have strict occupancy percentage limits, because those vehicles are not intended for continuous living. Even if it's somebody that's coming in one here and there. The other part of it is having correct sanitary hookups and making sure that it's being run in a sanitary and safe manner. And we could really complicate it really fast by having inspections and this and that, but we don't allow those hookups in an R1 setting. So they really don't apply. It'd be like in a commercial mixed use kind of setting, and it hasn't been a problem yet.
But
So I didn't address it, but it's, if council wants to address it, I'm happy
There
to
is
write something.
someone on Airbnb that has an RV Airstream on a picture that they're renting out on the road. And it's been there for almost 2 years.
Yeah.
So, you know,
It's
they're
not,
renting-
it's not uncommon to have them rented out. Where it comes into play is how we structure our RV ordinance and how people are allowed to store them but not habitate them.
Maybe in the ordinance, refer back to the RV section,
Yeah.
see such and
Well,
such. and such.
one of the things I put in comment was them to specifically address what part of the property that they would be renting. Is it all of it, or is it just this, you know? So they were defining on their permit, you know, that it is the structure. So that way they're not putting adding on to the permit after the fact. Because right now, the way it reads is, it's the property and not the structure,
Right.
you know, so I was just trying to find another workaround to
Well,
answer that
and we
question.
also run into a zoning issue of you can't allow, right now in our zoning, in R1, accessory dwelling units are not allowed.
Yeah.
So you can only have one dwelling unit. Now, we do permit, say, mother-in-law suites or other things that don't have a fully functioning dwelling. So it'll be missing something like a kitchen or whatever. We don't address those situations in this, but it is something that comes up in a residential neighborhood because a specific use permit is required in addition to just this registration. So if somebody lives in a residential district, not only would they have to go through the registration process like this, it also has to come to the Planning and Zoning Commission and get a specific use permit out of the Planning and Zoning Commission.
How do they get all that information? Like if it was me.
We're
how
gonna
do
have a
I
website for it.
figure all that?
We're gonna have a website.
Well,
We have
the
a
ordinances are online.
And
Yeah,
but
I'm just
eventually
thinking
we'll,
I wouldn't know where to begin.
We're gonna have
hopefully we'll be
mail
able to
the
use
people
our-
we know. We have a list of who we know is registered.
Mhm.
I mean, Jared found, I done a lot of research, then he found an easy way. Of all these people that are doing short-term rentals, so it's a matter of just sending, I would assume, sending them a letter. And see who complies, and if they don't, then we send a certified letter,
Mhm.
and then comply, and if not, then, you know.
because I know that mother-in-law suite type short-term rentals have been approved by the Planning and Zoning Board before.
Yeah,
So,
it's fine.
and so I
Yeah,
would rather, instead of regulating it here,
Okay.
regulate that as a matter of planning and zoning. Because it's a little bit of a beauty contest anyways, on how that all
So
operates.
there's R1,
but-
you need 2 permits to do this?
Yes.
Okay.
If you're in a commercial district or mixed, I believe it's also mixed use, you do not need to go to the Planning and Zoning Commission. You just do the registration. So someone down here, like above Duets, they're posted on Airbnb.
So is there a way to put it into the permit system so that if they were gonna go and do it, like then it would tell you, oh, you
Which
know,
one?
because of your address or whatever, you would need to do this and then that.
Yeah, we're working on getting the GIS files up to date. At one point, all of our zoning information was with the county. I'm hoping that makes its way over to our building. That's becomes a big factor in setbacks and other things, so.
Yeah, yeah.
My intention is that it would all be that, including flood damage stuff.
Sorry. I mean, the only thing I see about this Airbnb ordinance concerning RVs is that we're enforcing it at the Airbnb level, but in R1, we have many RVs that are currently sitting on R1 land, and they're dumping into the sewer cleanout, and we're hardly enforcing it at the city level, and now you're sort of skipping all of that and trying to put it onto the
Do you have an
RV ordinance.
example? Who's doing it?
I don't want to name specific
I
examples,
think we're
but
getting off subject.
Yeah.
I mean,
We've already discussed
no,
this.
it's
I
a
brought it up
specific
just-
thing.
I
It's
brought it
a
up.
specific thing that we have RVs, and so those people that have RVs in R1, that we're not enforcing them sitting there for weeks and weeks and
You're off
weeks,
subject.
and that it's not off subject.
You're
It
off subject.
pertains directly to this ordinance.
I think it's a valid concern, because if
We're not enforcing it. I mean, there's Crockett Street, there's some there. I could throw a rock and hit some from here, okay? So, I mean, it's like, can't we take care of what we need to first instead of overly inserting it in here when that's what we're gonna hear from.
Yeah.
Is things like that, because we're not enforcing it at the city level.
so part of it, if it's in a residential area.
They
In order-
are, not if, they are there. They are there
Okay.
currently.
RVs in a residential area, if they get posted on Airbnb to be rented out, those have to come in and comply with our zoning ordinance regarding special use permit.
And they will not.
And then in the planning and zoning can choose to approve or deny, or at that point, or we can write it into this.
Well,
I
that'll be
did
a
not
while.
write it into this because it's
I
a little
understand.
difficult.
But the thing is, what happens is they're not gonna say that they're gonna put an RV in there. Someone's gonna turn them in and violate, as a violation. They're not gonna come in and say, oh yeah, I'm putting an RV in my Airbnb listing. They don't say that. They just want a listing. They want a permit. So that was my contention, is just, at least someone needs to have that discussion, or there has to be an understanding that these are, zone structures that are approved. If they're not actually putting the structure that they're agreeing that they're going to be renting out, it opens the door for them to, I just want to avoid that communication later down the road. Whether it's in the ordinance or not, but it needs to be maybe on the form that you guys have when they check in, that they can't do that, I'm just throwing it, that was my point. I understand your complication of putting it in here. I totally get that, but.
I don't recall how we described, maybe it's
Maybe what the mayor said,
definitions.
refer to it, like you said earlier, Catherine, refer to the other,
The ordinance.
yeah.
I'm sorry to drag this out, but
Scroll through.
we know that there's one for sure, and I think there's another one that has rented out their temporary structure before. That'll come in and if they're not filling out our, RV, then they don't know that they're in violation. I don't think they knowingly know. They don't know.
So this.
Other than that, I'm good
How we
with it.
define short-term rentals includes residential structure, or portion of residential structure. So I could interpret it to be that a RV is not a residential structure.
Fair enough. I just suggest that that's one of those things, it's like, put on the form, like RVs, no RVs. When we do that permit form that they do, just as a warning.
So to make sure they know they're not getting a permit for that.
Yeah, because this is all interpretation, as we all talked about, communication in the beginning is a whole lot better than slapping wrists later, as, that's what Sam's talking about. It's always hard to enforce something that someone doesn't know that they weren't supposed to do. We already know that there's the amount of hotel revenue that we should be collecting, based on what little data that I have. I think we're collecting about 25 to 30% of what we should be collecting. That's how many are not paying. And that, we get the ETJ right now too, so once we pass the ordinance for collection process, we will collect a lot more money from all the properties that are in the ETJ, because the Airbnb and Vrbo, they'll do the collection for us, so.
Do we have agreement on council of prohibiting RVs use as, because it is a common practice that are, some people.
Well,
like
it
Airstreams
defeats,
and
it
others-
defeats the whole purpose of R1. You're in violation of R1. You're running a business out of a structure that you're not supposed to be doing, and they're not allowed to hook the sewer up
Yeah.
for that many days. So that defeats the whole purpose of the RV ordinance, because otherwise, I'm putting an RV by my house and, I'm gonna have I'm gonna have people. I mean, that's what, we already know people down the street are doing that. And we getting complaints from people because we know we've got an employee in one case living in it. And it's out in the back and we don't know where the waste is going. And that's the concern, obviously, rightly so.
Yeah.
That we have. And we've got RV parked down here, just downstream of Allen Bates, that's been there for 7 years. And it's right there on the water. And what they're doing for wastewater,
Who knows?
I mean, yeah, it has not moved.
What if it's zoned R2? I mean, all of the conceptual places where we could have Airbnbs and perhaps have an RV, what if it's not zoned R1? I mean, we have a lot of land that's R2 where manufactured.
Any of the
Homes are
residential
allowed.
districts are one. or two,
They're all the
or
same.
four. Well, have to come to the planning and zoning. All the R1, 2, 3, 4, all have to come to planning and zoning for approval. Or short-term rental.
So a commercial person can put an RV on their property and rent it. Because that's a violation of our RV ordinance.
I think it would be a violation of our people.
I'm all for
But
not
I'm
overlapping.
okay with writing it in here. I can make that change. We can bring it back next.
Question for Bud, question. You're the attorney here and you're going to law school. And I'm not an attorney. Would residential structure, in your opinion, would that mean not an RV, correct?
No, I don't think there's any reasonable interpretation of the word phrase residential structure. You would have to give it, I mean, there's no law.
And this definition is gonna include Maury's property above as a residential structure that qualifies?
Yeah, that's that's a lot
According to you.
department under
Okay,
our zoning.
you're good. I mean, I like it. I'm glad, I appreciate you
Yeah.
addressing and
Marty's,
Facilities too,
that
so.
property is unique and other similar situated of his would be unique in that they don't have to come to planning and zoning because it's approved in our use table as permitted use by right. They just simply have to do the registration.
Because it's mixed use.
Yes. Yeah.
Hey, is it okay, Mayor, Mr. Tittle?
Yes, please.
Because he's a fireman.
Yes.
If you want to make.
Sure. I'll start with saying, I like what I'm reading, a little tweaking, so good job. Y'all come a long way. I did have issue or concern about the fee. I think it needs to be more, to one council member's point. A lot of people are doing it and not paying their fair share. So this may be a way to capture some fees. But most importantly, I'd like to talk about your Article 4 and your life safety. And I view it as this is the heart of the whole document. And I think you buried the lead. Where smoke detectors were the number one life safety item. And I think that should be fleshed out more than just how would you phrase, the adopted codes. If you're gonna talk about fire extinguishers and having a smoke, a CO detector, well, we could have another item and flesh it out. Smoke detectors, one per bedroom, one in the hallway, adjacent to the bedrooms, one on every level. So you're kind of burying the lead, and smoke detectors are the lead to the Airbnbs because you'll have people that you're overcrowded, possibly drunk, they new building, it's not a hotel, there's no manager. The smoke detectors are the first thing that'll get them out of the building. And the building can burn once you get them out. And, so I would suggest putting more teeth into what you mean by appropriate smoke detectors in there.
Like,
And I,
spell it out.
correct. Now, I did bring a copy of, San Marcos code, and they go on to say at least one working smoke detector and alarm and carbon monoxide and alarm per bedroom, along with one working extinguisher. So that's one way of doing it. But,
So
you
it's
know,
is it issue that we don't say alarm?
the issue is you're not saying how many you're referring to another code. And unless you're gonna put it in some other Airbnb like document, like here's how you do an Airbnb. You're gonna send somebody to another code to go look that code up. So why don't we go ahead and say what that is? And that's one per bedroom, one on every floor, one in a common hallway towards the bedroom. I think, and there may be language in the current code about distance from the kitchen and distance from a bathroom, so you don't have a nuisance alarm like, you know, the fog.
You're
you
taking
know,
a shower.
Setting up the alarms. So the code has more in there than just one per bedroom. But anyway, for your life safety, I would suggest that we put it right there. One per
So
bedroom.
basically you pull in the code and then reference the code for future updates,
Right.
but say the minimum standard is this. Okay, all right.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
All right.
If that's okay.
Okay.
I think that makes it a lot more
It's easy to
clear.
change, right? But you always have to leave it subject to the change required by the code. Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
On the-
Family extinguisher is in that code originally.
Yeah, there's extinguisher requirements in the code. I did look it up briefly when you,
Oh, yeah.
off my
Okay.
phone, I did look it up. Yeah, it's
Well, hopefully I got it all, most of
it's
it right.
extensive. Yeah, it's pretty, it's a lot more than it's in my house, I'll tell you that.
Yeah.
And
My house too.
there is an argument about, oh, you're overkill, but you know what? Having 4 alarms going off wakes people up.
Yeah.
It's gonna get people up.
But the biggest thing, as you said, they're in an unusual or unfamiliar location. The sooner you-
Inebriated.
well, but the more time you give them, they're gonna need more time.
More time.
They're gonna need more time.
And if I have a little more time, on a personal note, not from the fire service, but my nephew graduated Southwest maybe a decade ago. Well, my brother, his family, they rented an Airbnb, it was 2-story. And there were no working smoke detectors in that place. And my mother at the time wasn't, she was up with a cane.
Oh, wow.
It scared me so much that I went and bought a packet of smoke detectors and set them in this Airbnb, you know, just on my own, right?
Yeah.
Just so my family could have, you know, smoke detectors. It seemed so, now whether or not they were breaking the code at the time, or the Airbnb ordinance, or there wasn't an ordinance, something. But anyway.
Airbnb references, you must go towards specific, you have to maintain the code of the area, you know? Yeah, and the same thing, they don't discuss particularly, how many people in a structure. They leave it to the owner, you know what I mean? But obviously there has to be, they can be reported by Airbnb to adjust. So they can't say 8 and there's only 3 beds, you know, you can't do that, you know what I mean? Because you're renting the bed, so 2 to a bed, you know, type of a thing. So there is there's their own enforcement there, but other than that, I think it's well done.
On the fees,
Wait, I have
And
one
this-
thing
and
about
this-
fire extinguishers, really quick, or after you then.
we want to have a fire inspection required as part of the registration of every building, and then we just bump our fee to include the cost of that fire inspection.
That's a very good question.
What do you think there, Mr. Tennant?
I kind of assumed it already happened, that that's how you give that's how you grant them permission, that they inspect.
We have in there inspections, I think it's. If you scroll down, I think it might be 5 or 6.
Thought you said they only
Answer
had to
more
get
of
an
the question
inspection if
first.
they over
for Austin, when I was there, and I retired 7 years ago, so it's been a while. But we would do annual inspections on all our territories, apartments. And so basically for-profit rentals. And we would have to inspect 20% of a complex at random. So I would walk around with the manager, take days, right? So I might see 20 different units and check all their smoke detectors, check their extinguishers. And okay, let me into that one, let me into, here and there. And if they started, failing, the first couple I had where they failed the first 3 right out of the bat. I stopped the inspection, go do your work, you're wasting my time, get it done, I'll be back in a couple of weeks, that kind of thing. So yes, inspection.
So right now, way inspections are kind of structured is that, we reserve the right to do an administrative inspection and we direct the building official to conduct the inspection, at least once within a given 12-month period. What we could do is change that inspection regime so that an inspection is required prior to issuance of registration, and then again, any renewal.
And
Yeah.
what?
And the
At any
renewal,
renewal.
at the 2-year renewal. The renewal is every 2 years.
Okay, so.
So that like gets to your point that someone's going to check it again.
Right, and the theory that sure, some batteries will go dead and somebody will take a broom and smack one of them, right? But if you got 6 of them, hopefully something's there. Who hasn't smacked a smoke detector, right?
I've smacked. Mine's sitting in the kitchen right now with no battery in it because it's too annoying.
We had one in our one house. Dorothy will tell you, it was 35 feet in the air.
Oh, no.
Yes.
And I went to change it once because I couldn't figure it out. I went and got, I won't tell you the whole bad stories, but I went over this, I got scaffolding on it. And, that wasn't the one, that was the problem.
Because you can't tell
But I
that.
fixed it.
The interconnected smoke alarms, you never know which one, unless they're really sophisticated and you get a red light or a green light.
Yeah.
So,
It still was battery operated, I'm sorry.
well,
Yes.
but battery,
You're getting a little raw. That was me at 4 a.m. last night.
Oh, there you go. There you go.
they're annoying, but,
For a reason.
they
Save your life.
They save lives, they
Yeah.
work,
The, fire that we just had at the apartment behind my house, thank goodness it's not an Airbnb, but my son's living there, so not thank goodness. But everyone was fine, so thank goodness. But, in that situation, there was nothing wrong with the structure. Like you could have come and done whatever fire inspection you were gonna do, and it wouldn't have mattered because it was actually this little $20, like phone charger thing. It was like a little phone charger clock combo. And that thing was faulty and that thing caught on fire. And they had a whole fire investigator come out. And, he said that there was absolutely nothing wrong with the wiring. There was nothing wrong with the outlet. Like it was the $20 gadget,
Right.
And he said, he said they'll go after them now and try and get money from them to reimburse the cost of our apartment. But the point being that not only are these people in houses that they don't know, the homeowner may have done everything. They may not be batting them with bats and trying to get out from behind all of these oppressive, ordinances. It may just be that these people bought something faulty and, didn't do anything to make it happen or to try and get out of whatever. It just happened because there's no regulation of a lot of the imported things that we bring in from other countries. So, that was terrifying, but there's nothing we could have done to prevent it. So I think it really is important that to the extent possible, you do need to do those fire inspections, because if there is something correctable, you need to know in advance and correct it. And to the extent possible, you need to have the fire extinguisher and the smoke alarms and the whole 9 yards, because even if you did everything right, you still have a fire.
That's when the smoke alarm comes in.
Mhm.
Yeah.
So I appreciate it, I really do, and they work, it'll help, and I've been in San Marcos since '80, and then here, I I don't recall Martindale ever having a fatality, like a major fire and a fatality, and, you know, knock wood that it doesn't happen. But, you know, when you have, like I say, Airbnb and the concentration and all that, then therefore, so.
We had one recently.
I'm gonna go back to the fire extinguisher because it only says you have to have a 5-pound one or whatever. Maybe the fire inspection was every 2 years, is that what we're saying? But sometimes, you know, you have a fire extinguisher and you buy it and then you never use it and then it just sits there and then it becomes expired, or what's the term?
Well, the ones from Walmart or whatever, you push the little green button. If they pop up, they're good. If they don't pop up, they're bad. Now, with apartments, they would actually have to have it charged and an annual inspection on an extinguisher and have a gauge.
Yeah.
And it reads in the, you know, where the pressure is. And then, well, you got ones right over there, you know, so I'm assuming that's got an annual inspection on it.
Yeah.
We do. Right, so.
So Steve, is there a time period of fire extinguishers they should be replaced, or just if they're
Just if they don't charge
as
good.
long as they're charged?
You're right, if you're talking about a small little, then you have a specific 510.
Yeah.
Okay.
But it just says you have to have it, but someone could have one and then they don't notice or look at the tag and it's expired. And so we're not having any verbiage in
So it
there.
has to be a functioning one.
Yeah, I mean,
Or
it has
inspected
to.
or fully
Yeah,
charged?
I mean,
Right, that's where your inspection come in,
But
there's
it's
a working smoke, working extinguisher.
Working, it's,
but some of them don't even last 2 years. I mean, some of them, if you let them sit for a year, they could be null and void within a year. And so now we're saying that we only have to have the inspection every 2 years. But the fire extinguisher itself could be unoperable within a shorter amount of time.
That
We
does-
just let the fire people decide that. Whoever's doing the fire inspection
There
could
you go.
decide how to navigate.
That's a liability that renter, the owner of the property, is taking upon himself. If
They
he
bought
has
the
a code
extinguisher.
and someone gets hurt, as Laura's implying that the item that was plugged in the wall is faulty, that becomes a legal burden on that person for not having their Airbnb up to code.
Well, maybe you could say, and must be currently, with an inspection tag that is,
I think that would be
current.
covered by the fire.
I mean, we're not gonna go in and be checking people's fire extinguishers.
I don't know, sorry.
right?
Well, the inspector does.
Inspector.
Yes, but I meant like in between,
Separately.
like if it's a tag issue that like they had their inspection and passed it and it was but then like it only lasted for a year and it's another 2 years before their next, we're not gonna go in and do random inspections of this tag on your fire extinguisher.
I don't think.
Mr. Tittle, you're the fireman. What kind of verbiage should we use?
Every year.
Well,
Say that in the inspection.
If it's got a gauge, an annual inspection, you know, there's a certain size that gets that annual hydrostatic testing.
Yeah.
Or you just walk in, you hand it and you get another one. So if it's that, then it needs to have the tag, annual
Okay.
inspection, right?
Annual inspection.
If it's the smaller ones, well, then it needs to be functional.
So the 2A10BC. Basically,
Then annual inspection. Now, are you gonna check it every year? Apparently not, but at least twice a year, so it should have, you know.
Once every 2
Every
years.
2 years.
Yeah,
One
but,
every year.
but it may not be working. And so we're gonna,
So,
okay,
yeah.
that's all
Well,
I'm saying is we're
We
not
just
being
can't
specific.
micromanage every
Yeah.
Right, that,
single thing about it. We have to have some control left to the owner. And the inspector.
Okay.
or you could have annual inspections at their cost. You know, $50, $100 thing. Now, they're not gonna like it, but they're for profit. So, you know, they chose,
They roll it into the cost.
right, they chose to get into the game, knowing full well they have to.
I did not see annual inspection on anything else, any other
It's
ones.
not in the Austin one.
Not in any ones I ever found.
We don't even have an annual inspection ordinance of public buildings that we have, say, a church. You know, we have a church that has fire extinguishers or don't even have them. You know, and so we're passing an ordinance here, but we have public meeting places that don't have current fire extinguishers. That's all I'm saying.
Well. The church is probably not occupied, which is a short term.
It's
But the,
Not at night. They're
Not occupied
They're
as
not
often.
asleep either.
well,
They're.
a fire can
And they're
happen
not
during the
drunk.
day at a church.
But nobody would
Depending on
be
the
in
denomination.
Okay, I'm gonna make a motion.
Oh, thank you,
I'm
Jesus.
gonna make a motion to approve ordinance.
Wait, are we gonna make the change?
Yeah, I'm gonna put that in there. I'm gonna say,
Why don't we just then make the change and come back and it'll be fine?
okay, let's do it that way. Let's do it that way. Make the change.
Make those changes, Steve's.
But I'm good with everything. Thank you for.
I'm good with everything.
Thank you for explaining to me.
Making progress, making progress.
So,
And this is in the city.
Table it to next, motion to table.
I'm ready passing right now. We can say, please.
No, it's not table, it's,
Let's
what
say-
is it? Carry
Postpone.
forward.
I thought it's
I'm gonna make a motion that we,
Yeah,
that we
we're
do with the suggestions that we brought forward this evening. Can we do it that way?
Nope.
You don't even need to make a motion.
We don't have to make a motion because we're not gonna vote on it.
We're just not gonna vote on it.
You don't have to make a
We want
motion,
to
it's a
make the
discussion item right now.
changes and bring it
And
back.
we don't have to make a motion because we're not gonna vote on it.
To possible action.
Possible.
I just say, make the motion with the additions and.
You just haven't made one in so long, you just got an itchy feeling.
I wanna make
No,
sure
he
we're-
wants to get this passed.
I
Yeah,
wanna get it passed. I wanna get it done.
Okay, well, we'll be at the next meeting because he's got to write the ordinance, let him write the ordinance.
Yeah.
Per your expert's recommendation, sir.
You couldn't just say general terms, basically, blah, blah, blah. Can't do that.
We're changing
Not
enough
doing it.
things in here, the fees are gonna be changed.
You can ask
The
a thousand
inspection regime's gonna be
Okay.
changed. The
And you
language on the fire-
Okay, okay.
Sorry,
Okay.
Jared, you were
Thank
this close.
Thank you. Okay, so
Only been
the,
about a year.
we'll move on to the next item, 3.3. We haven't gotten the information from the county as to what the expenses are. So I think we have to just continue to wait until we get more information on the election contract.
We can
It's a
always
good-
put on the,
We had something we were gonna talk about later.
Thanks, Steve.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
This is great. Y'all doing good work.
Thank
Thanks.
Steve.
in the future agenda items, we can open, if y'all like, we can open the floor for a discussion, to schedule the a special city council meeting this coming Monday, if y'all can attend. Just, we agree on a time and we can throw in that, joint election contract to review it to see if maybe they got back to me by then. They keep telling me, look in your inbox, end of day. I call the next day, look in your inbox, end of day. And then,
Say, look, lady, my inbox is empty. Look, sir, look, mister.
Okay, so we're gonna wait on the contract. So we'll move on to 3.4, a discussion about grant that Laura has asked to be on. I did make you some,
Yeah, thank you.
yeah.
And
some
Mayor,
photocopies.
I just wanted to tell you, thank you for putting that future agenda item back on there. And earlier, I wanted to go up and like elbow Sam and go, stop, it's on our agenda tonight.
Hey, Sam.
Yeah, it's like,
You stepped in that
Okay.
well, I looked at Matthew, I'm like, what? I thought I saw that on there.
I only read the front page.
It's all right. It's written in bold and all that, but
All right, and in honor of Mike, because he's really, really tired and he wants to go home, I was gonna do a 46 slide deck, but I'm not gonna, Mike, I'm not gonna do
All
that right
right.
now.
you could at least, say you appreciate the effort, but And he goes, "Oh, all right."
Instead, am just going to try to summarize things, and then get to the point so that we can move on, Mike, because you know what's after this? Nothing. Future agenda items and we're out. All right, so we need to discuss, a couple of grant opportunities that seem to be aligned with our community needs. But they are constantly in flux, and they have fluxed since I wrote this last email. So we no longer need to discuss 4, we only need to discuss 2. One is that, in terms of water treatment, we've been looking for the zero discharge, water treatment. Wait, there's another word.
Zero discharge treatment plant.
Yes, and what is the regional, the non-regional, the regional?
Regional, you're right, regional.
Regional, that thing.
Okay.
And, so one option for that, in fact, probably one option for that is to do the clean water, state revolving fund. Now, that is, you may recall Jared brought that up a couple of years ago now, for a different kind of discussion, and it is a loan, right? So that part of it is like the downside of it. The good side of it is, it's a loan that we can actually make work to our advantage because of our socioeconomic status in town and because of the way that we are situated. We've got the opportunity to, there are about 3 different ways that we can reduce the amount of the principal that we have to repay, because it fluctuates based on need between being a fully 1% interest loan and being less than that. So we can knock off about 30% because of our population and socioeconomic status, and can knock off another percentage, it's not a fully defined percentage, but another percentage for including parts that are green plants. So we can get that down to a considerably less amount of money than what it would be initially. They have funded, let's see, last year they did 10 million for a city that only had 1,000 residents. And so it can be a fund that's flexible enough to go to very small towns, because those are the people that need it most. Now, the way that this grant works is that, well, this fund works, is that it is federal, but at the same time, the federal government assigns a whole bunch of money to each state, and then you apply to the state, and the state decides whether or not to give you the money based on your application and how many points you score and whatever else you need. So the document that's there on the screen right now is also in here. And I am not going to make Mike read it tonight, but I am going to give it to y'all so that you can read it. Because I'm going to ask for something in just a second when I get through explaining things. So for the water treatment one of the problems that Jared brought up last time we talked about it is that the amount of money we would need in order to make this treatment facility work would be astronomical, because we're starting basically from ground zero. Now, we are fortunate enough that we do have an expert that Mike has as a network person who can help us to plan the whole thing. And that would help. The other thing that we'll probably realistically have to do if we decide to do this project is to develop a couple of different applications for pieces of this project so that it doesn't all come from the same source, so that all of it isn't a loan. There are multiple other grants that are available that I've gotten from the people that administer this one from the EPA, where they say, look, here are the best ones to put together and say, here's the total cost of our project. We're going to go to this group for this part of it, to this group for this part of it, and this group for this part of it. So you don't end up having to take a loan for the entire amount of money, because it is going to be a very, very costly project. But in order to do all of that, like to figure out, here's how much we're going to need. Here's what it's going to look like. Here's all the different sources we can use. We have to have an actual plan. The way to write this big of a project to get what Mike wants is going to need specialists and it's going to need at least a couple of members from council, but it doesn't have to be the whole council all the time. And hopefully, I don't know, cross your fingers, a couple of residents also, who we can sit together as like a steering committee and figure out, from Mike's guy, for example, what will it take? How big of a plan does it have to be? What exactly are the nuts and bolts of what this system would need to look like here? How do we make it green? How do we make sure that it will benefit everyone? All of that kind of stuff. So there is so much information in the 46 slide deck thing for just this one grant that it really would have given everybody a headache and you wouldn't want to do it. So what I am suggesting or hoping is that what we could do is to just simply agree to do a workshop where we would have time to talk about all of this. And I can actually bring my slide deck. Really good, I feel like. And we can talk about what all the different components are gonna be. Turk gave us those great recommendations that he made after y'all had worked together on trying to figure out how to attack this monetary program.
We didn't just attack it. We were all the way up to the point of submitting the submission requirements.
And
the problem was that it was going to cost
Wasn't it like
millions
40 millions?
yeah, it was millions and millions of dollars. And I asked Deanna to bring it up.
Oh, good.
But- So, I don't want to rehash what the design was, but just to conceptualize it, go to slide 6, I think.
5 or 6.
So one of the things that we ran into is we don't have a survey of economic status of people in the community. So we had to rely on at least at last year's, an allowable method to identify income levels. Their income levels are much different than other grant types to the extent that Martindale has 2 census tracts and it's cut down Highway 80. The census tract south of Highway 80, according to this program, we don't qualify for any of those incentives. In order to have enough people to qualify for the income level, we'd have to serve a significant number of people north of Highway 80 in the project. And we don't have anybody connected to our sewer system currently. So we would have to pipe them in to the project to get that low income factor factored in. Otherwise, we wouldn't qualify.
The good news is that I am part of a few federal boot camps trying to help rural communities get these grants, qualify for them. So I get the pleasure of sitting several hours every single week just talking about this and how to stack the funding and whatnot. And as a part of that, one week, they just give us a bunch of stuff and a bunch of resources. The next week, we work on developing a plan. And then the next week, you actually get to talk to all of them, including people from EPA. But they're national experts on this stuff. You actually get to sit there and talk with them one-on-one and go, here's our city's issue, here's our problem, here's our whatever. So the last check-in I had one-on-one with them was about 2 weeks ago. We were in the middle of building a backyard fence for my mom's house. And we were fixing it. But what they told me at that point is that we do qualify. We looked it up together using the actual numbers that they want you to use now because they just updated the census. They want you to use one particular table.
Yes.
And they just updated it all with the 2023 data. We do qualify under all of those. We also meet the state criteria for what their priorities are.
So different tables for different programs.
Right.
For example, like the
Yeah,
GLO
absolutely.
table
Absolutely.
is very different than this
Yeah.
Clean Water State
But-
Revolving Fund table.
But this one, these are the people working on this particular grant, the Clean
Okay.
Water State Revolving Fund. And so they have all the criteria, and we worked through it together to make sure that Martindale fit it. And because otherwise we would all be wasting our time working on it. I mean, I would, they would, everyone would. So, yeah, no, we fit. And in fact, they said that with Mike's ideas from when we talked to, what's his name?
David Price.
When we talked to David Price for like an hour and a half, and I wrote down religiously everything he was saying, they really are very gung-ho about it. They gave great feedback. They said what they would like to see is a steering committee who could come back and give them at least the beginnings of a plan. They'll keep responding to it and telling us what we need to include, what we need to change, what the funders like, what they don't like, and they will include somebody from the Texas Clean Water, who is it, the Texas Water Development Board, in our one-on-one calls, so that we're getting all of the key people that will be involved in reviewing.
Would love to meet them, because when we did it last year, we ran into that issue, pretty hard. Now,
Yeah.
one of the things that the Clean Water State Revolving Fund does have that would be very beneficial, and it closes on March 7th, is that you can submit, they have another project, it's called Planning.
That's what I wanna go for.
What, similar to the, comprehensive planning grant, this is a grant to focus just on planning.
Yep.
And identifying financial
That's
ways
what I was
to
telling
go
you.
forward. If, I don't think you score better on the $10 million opportunity if you've done one of those planning grants
Mhm.
already. And so I think if we're going anything, I think going for one of those planning assistance ones would be a great option.
So that's what I wanna do, and the reason why is because it is due March 7th. I have never in my life tried to write a $1 trillion grant in a month. It's idiotic, and you're never gonna win that way unless you just have dumb luck. So you guys have already put so much time and effort into building this idea and getting a plan together, that I think if we did the planning grant where we have a hope of getting it pulled together, and I've got constant feedback from these people about, they're the reviewers, so if they give us structured feedback about what to change or how to phrase things or whatever, we really have a strong chance. And then once you get that grant, you have the money to pay David Price for the next.
Actually, David Price is an expert on actually permitting. He has worked with, like, I think it was Fredericksburg. He actually worked with them with a developer landowner to do a zero discharge. And they actually determined to do a zero to preserve the Pinellas River. So, but he's an expert. I mean, I learn from that guy every time. He is an expert on, he actually knows how to get grants, and he actually knows how to design plans. So,
Well, if we had a year to work with him that was funded so that he gets paid his consulting fees during that year, and so would the construction companies, the engineers, everybody that needs to be part of it, then we would, I think,
he could
stand a much
probably
better
just come up,
chance.
he could probably, along with our, with Mr. Turk came up with, he could possibly, I have to talk to him, maybe come up with somewhat of a drawing of this particular plan. I mean, I'll have to ask him. I mean, not a real detailed engineering drawing, but a conceptual plan. So, but he's the guy.
I think he is. I mean,
So,
he convinced me when we talked that long time.
Fortunately for me, he is the president of TRPA, and I'm on the board. So he is the president, I'm a board, and I have interaction with the man. But he would be the guy, I would say, the go-to guy.
Well, at this
So, but
point, this particular one is our only one that's a huge rush right now, because it does have to be by the 7th that we would have to submit a plan to make a plan. So we don't have to have engineering, detailed, all figured out, because that's what the grant provides the money. So I would love it if we could either decide we want to do it and get a little steering committee together, and I don't care how that's formed, I mean, like, who does it or whatever, but we need a steering committee. And, or we could just schedule a workshop, if we could do it sometime soon, to get into the nuts and bolts and really go back over your presentation to refresh people's memories and to get more, hopefully, some more citizens in to give feedback right away. And then talk about this stuff that I've been getting back as feedback from doing the boot camp to make sure that we're ready. And I think we could do the planning one. That's as far as I would want to commit right now. But even if we went through the entire planning grant and then whatever happened and we couldn't do it, right? Like it turns out something bad and we can't. That's okay with the EPA, like that you did what you said you were gonna do, which is just to thoroughly research it and plan it out and figure it out. And at the end of the year, we should have a program that is growable in the future so that we don't have to be so distressed about future growth. Like David was talking about how you can do modular systems that you can, as your community grows, you only have to add on new modules to it. You don't have to, like, you don't totally outgrow your treatment plant. You can continue to build. So water is one of the governor's top priorities this year. I'm sure all of you will
Are
be.
you going to the?
Yes, sir.
Now there's an opportunity,
Yep.
hopefully, to talk to Zaffarini.
Oh, yes, good one, good one.
Hopefully we'll have, I know her, I've met her a couple times.
All right,
Hopefully we can.
yep. Yeah, because we want as
But that's
much
just that's
support
a
as
chance.
possible
That's
to
just,
get that done.
it's a chance. But-
So anyways, that's that one. That's that one grant. And we just have one other one to go through, and then I just have to say 2 sentences about the park one, because Corey said I have to. So that's this one.
This is the clean water.
That's the clean water one, and we would probably need to, in our 1-year plan, we would get the whole plan together and then figure out, okay, how much can we be comfortable with as a city in terms of being in this 1% loan? What do we expect we might be able to shave off of that due to different perks and things from being small and poor and whatever? And then what other pieces are we going to need to do the additional funding that you can put with this? Yes, sir.
Number one, have you applied for this grant before that
Not,
referring
not
to?
this one specifically, no, sir.
No, they hadn't helped, they didn't help us last time. They helped provide us with some contacts, but, something that we would contract with them separately for.
So are you gonna write this grant, or we need to use their services to write the grant?
No, I'm good writing it. That's what I've been doing the boot camp for months now, so.
You have all the household income?
Yeah,
Yeah, that's all.
How do they do that?
it's remarkable. Right now, what the Department of Transportation, which we'll get to in a second, they have data down to fertility of the people in our area.
But are they using the problem was in the census blocks, the census block with the largest population for us exceeds, at least what the requirement was last time, the median income levels.
Right, because, well, first of all, they're reporting at the block group level now, which is smaller. So there's 3 of those that are across the city of Martindale. However, they're still larger than just the city of Martindale. So the numbers that you're gonna get off of those are not entirely correct, but they developed 2 different tools at the EPA. One of them, you can just put in the information for the city, and they've already predetermined. So you put it all in, it runs its magic, and then it will tell you, yes, you meet criteria for that, and also for like environmental injustice or whatever, because we had 2 things. We had a landfill, like a brownfield, and we had something else that, so we had 3 ways to qualify for this. that counted. Now, there is a little bit of fluctuation still going on because you may know nothing about this, but the federal government is going through some growing pains right now. So some of the criteria that they've been using will change. It just won't be the same, and some of it will stay the same.
How's EPA linked into this? Is this an EPA program?
No, it's not. It's EPA, but HUD also has water programs. There's multiple places, there's multiple angles. Most of the federal grants are a combination of different administrations, portions of the administration. So it might be that HUD does some of the funding that was from the bipartisan infrastructure grant. And then EPA may also do part of it, and the Department of Transportation may do part of it. Most of them are a combination. And they kind of just pick which place it's gonna be housed. But yeah, EPA has a bajillion of their own resources to get all of that data from. And in fact, now even with the American Community Survey, which is the one I want you to use to calculate this stuff, they not only have the 5-year estimate, which helps us, but income-wise, but they also will allow you now to put in an address. Like I can put in my address and get just the demographic or whatever census data I want for myself and like the other people that live just a couple of blocks around me. That's kind of freakish. Yes, ma'am?
I just have a question. What would happen if we can't meet the deadline? Then we just
Wait till next
don't,
year.
we just wait, we don't,
Yeah.
we don't lose anything.
Right, absolutely.
So what are you proposing from here on this particular grant?
For this particular one, I'm providing options is what I am. And so either we try to put together a little workshop if we want to get into the specifics and have Jared talk about how far they got last time. And then I can add in any updates and changes for this year's proposal.
I think it would have to just be writing this year's proposal. Like whatever happened last year, wouldn't really matter for this.
Well, because you already know what all you guys had come up with that were the most important part. Well, give that to me then and I'll just incorporate it. But I do think it would be very helpful to have a steering committee because I don't think one person can know all of these things about the city. Like the city, you need people from the city and you also need Mike's contact and you also need somebody that can do it.
I'll tell you, he's a very, very busy man. That's what he does for a living. I mean, I will see him, March 2nd. We have our annual
Oh,
meeting.
that's good. Well, that's only a week.
March 1st.
March 2nd is our TRPA annual meeting. He'll be there.
March
present. So
So,
I could give this and talk to him a little generality about it.
I could give you a little written up thing to give him and see. That would be more specific about what he would need to do or not.
If you wanted, did you want to talk to him?
Oh, that would be-
Maybe I could, we'll talk about it. Maybe I could.
So right now, either make a little committee, decide that it's okay to make a little committee, a steering committee, or decide that it's okay to do a workshop to learn more about the nuts and bolts of it that will have to be done. But we have to get going because we have barely any time.
Well, I'm very skeptical of getting it. I mean, do you even have a copy of the application for this grant?
Oh, heavens, yes, sir.
Well, we don't have one. So could you be forwarding that to us or give it to the mayor so she can do that? I mean, can it be filled out in a week and a half's time?
Most of these kind of proposals are gonna be primarily, like, it's not a matter of filling it out, it's writing it. Because it's gonna be probably, I don't know, anywhere from 25 to 40 pages of text.
So did you need the whole grant or is this just the first deadline of the grant?
Oh, this is the deadline if you want the year of planning. We wanna do a
There's-
planning.
Maybe I'm just being pessimistic. If it hasn't even been started to this point, we don't have someone who's got experience writing this particular grant. I'm not sure how we're gonna get this done by March 7th.
would you like to say no? Or would you like to say to yourself,
Well, I mean, if you've already
if
started.
Laura's writing it, and if Laura's been taking these boot camp classes for the last 3 months, and I've already written billions of dollars of grants for the federal government in particular, and been successful at it, then, I kind of understand how they work. I have contacts. I have a network.
So,
I'm not concerned about it, except that I can't just sit down and write, how do you do a water treatment facility myself? I need a couple of people I can be talking to and saying, what about this, and how would it look, and what pieces do we need to include? And then I can do all of the writing and the fact finding and the data and all of that in my sleep. I just need the specialization.
that's gonna be a real problem, getting Dave in a meeting between now and then. Got a lot of what ifs at this point.
All they can do is say no. Right? But if you say no first, nobody else has a chance to say no.
You can try and put it on me, but that's not the way it is. I'm being realistic from the time that the labor that you're asking us to divert from the.
I'm not asking you to do anything.
From the city staff.
No. I've got all of that. I've got all of that as long as Jared sends me the PowerPoint. All I need, nothing from city
The
staff.
PowerPoint's already been available. It's public record. It's in a.
Yes, sir. Matt, what are you upset about?
No, it's in a meeting.
I know, but I feel like you're being pushed back.
Well, I don't know what grant you're applying for. There's nothing here. I don't know what grant we're applying for. We've just been talking about a grant for 20 minutes.
Water State Revolving Fund.
They have a whole bunch of grants. Which grant are you actually applying for?
I just handed it out. I handed this out to you.
Mhm.
This is the one that I'm
It's a
applying.
revolving fund.
Yes, it is.
Uh-huh.
Plain water.
Yeah.
Yeah. And this is the one we applied for before.
We did not apply for it.
We got all the way up to the end and I didn't feel comfortable
This is the
going
one.
forward
we-
because it was gonna be
Yeah.
like $4 million out of our own pockets. That's just to put a plant in, basically, and we didn't have the number of customers to support.
So we could have said, we're basically, so we're not going for the sewer plant. We're going for this other fund that you're talking, this
It
other
would have to
grant,
be the planning one.
the planning grant. We're not doing the sewer grant.
I don't know what you're talking about with a sewer grant.
It's the loan. We're not going for the loan program.
So
That's what I'm trying to clarify. You talked about two different grants, is my understanding.
Oh,
One is a
it's the-
renewable loan.
it's the same program.
I-
So, one of the ways that you can do it is to ask for 1 year where you plan what you're going to do. Mike wants it to be a,
Zero discharge.
zero discharge treatment facility.
Regional zero discharge.
And so we would spend the next year putting together all the nuts and bolts of what that looks like and what it would take to get it done in Martindale. Then, once you've done that plan, they give you the money to do that for a year so that you can ask your staff and whoever all needs to be involved to do it and be compensated for their time that they're dedicating towards the plan. Then, once you get that done, what it results in is your application to actually build the thing. And so you apply again and you say, look, we have a great track record. You gave us money to do all this planning. We did it. And they then are more likely to give you the money to do the actual plant.
Okay, I understand that, and I'm all for that. What I'm concerned about is step 2, which is the funding of you. I mean, I understand the beginning part is the first year is, I understand that. What I was getting to is part 2 is we still come to the point where we're gonna build a sewer plant, set part 2 of the grant. The issue that we came across when we were doing this with the city before is that we were never gonna get enough forgiveness on a loan for us to actually be able to do that, no matter what. So we don't have, we get a $10 million grant, we were looking at a 70% forgiveness potential. We still don't have $3 million.
Right,
So-
right, absolutely.
So my point being is, we're trying to do a plan But we don't, at the end of the day, we don't have the $3 million
No,
to
we
build
don't.
the plant.
You're right.
So that's where my,
Okay, so-
that's where my hickey
Can I
is,
answer
you know?
now? So what that part of it is that at the point in time that you've got this additional year, that you're just planning and figuring out how much you're gonna need, how much you're gonna have to pay back, what your discounts are gonna be for this, that, or the other thing that you can get reduction in the amount that you have to pay back. At that point, the EPA and some of their partners have other grant funding that they suggest, and that most of the very big dollar grants that you're gonna do, like this clean water fund, people don't apply for all of it from this one source. You make this one be your primary one, you figure out how much can you afford to pay back, and then you work with their partner agencies to get additional grant money to cover the entire project. So we would, during that year, end up with this plan that says, here's the whole big enchilada of what we're trying to do. This amount of it, X amount, we're requesting from the Clean Water State Revolving Fund. This amount of it, we are going to be requesting from this source, and this amount of it is gonna come from that source. So we don't end up having to pay back that whole amount. We put
I'm
together
all for that. I mean,
multiple resources.
I'm a person who sees stuff in writing. I don't like, and don't, handle and this mumbo jumbo concept. You know me, if you see me, I'm a numbers guy. I just see something. I don't see the grant, so I don't believe what I don't see. So I'm not trying to dissuade you in your enthusiasm. I'm all for enthusiasm. Okay, that's not my point. I'm just cautious that putting the time, I want to see someone else having success like this before, in order for this for me to feel comfortable. We had this issue with the water, the clean water revolving fund with other people. And, they basically said they had to pay at least 30%. And that was basically why Jared, we shut down.
Right,
We don't-
and then that's why they put together these federal boot camps for towns like us, because they decided that the money wasn't necessarily being expended equitably among small towns, because we have basically no infrastructure at hand. So our programs do cost more. So what they did was put together these boot camps where you meet for 3 months, working with people on, what do you do about that? We still can't afford 70% or 30% or whatever. How do we handle this? And they put together the resources to let us spread it around. And so I really did have like a 46 slide thing, but I was more than happy to pull out. I thought
Do
maybe.
you have any personal contacts, like individuals we could talk to?
Absolutely. You know what? You are more than welcome to sit in on my next boot camp.
I would love to. My wife and I, we talked to you about doing the one grant before, and we've taken the grant class, and that
Possibility.
I'm all for that. So I appreciate the invite.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
Yeah. I mean,
maybe
anything you
a-
guys
maybe a-
want. I mean, I just
let-
figured
let
if we
me-
did
let
a
me talk-
workshop,
Maybe,
then
let
we
me
could
talk,
do that amount of
David Price is
information.
the expert.
Right.
He does these grants, he knows, it's his business, he's a
Mhm.
consultant, so maybe is it possible we could do a Zoom call, maybe if I could, the problem is get him tied down, get him to talk to your contacts and tell him about our situation in Martindale and see what type of funding would be available.
I'm concerned that the climate of the federal government has changed. Because this right here, it says, in a significant step towards equity, the LLJA mandates that 49% of the general supplemental funding must be allocated to disadvantages communities to tackle affordability challenges head on. And we're not disadvantaged. That's that's the conclusion we came up with when we were trying to do this.
Well, Laura's saying that there's new mapping, which I would love to see at some point, obviously.
I can show you, that's why I thought if we did a workshop, this stuff is so deep.
I know, I get it. I'm not, like I said, but let's just cut to the chase. What do we need to do today? And I'm concerned about the time frame. So are
That's
you,
why I'm here.
if you're gonna write the grant, then what do you
I've
need
been
from
trying
the
to get
city?
here since December.
So,
All that's
When do you
needed
wanna
is,
meet?
all that's needed is to do a login. Is it the same PIF?
Mhm.
So that's one of the problems I was trying to find on here, if it's the same PIF. Okay. Will council be open to this? We have a meeting between now and the 7th, right? We have one on the 4th or so?
yeah, no, it's like this.
The 6th?
I will not be here.
Yeah, that's like
10/20. Special this Monday, that's it.
Can't remember all the attachments, and it might be different depending on what project you're submitting for. What if we write it up? And see if we get there on the 6th. If we get there on the 6th, council can vote, yep, we submit tomorrow morning, or no, we don't. And if you have the time to write it, I'll be a resource to you. Call me and, I'll help you out and give you all the materials I have. It's a different program. So there's some of the stuff we ran to might not be the same. They can help you out with this income threshold stuff. That's one that really tied me up in knots. You know, that's fantastic. But see how far you can get. Maybe councils, we got there. There's at least something to submit. The worst they can say is no.
Right, exactly. And then we're no farther behind than we were before we submitted it.
I'm willing to work with you on, I'm out. I'm on travel the week of March 1st. But if there's things that you need as you're going through here, I feel like a certain time of the night, I'll stop answering my phone. But
You have a baby and you're in law school. I know there's no time
But-
when you're not awake.
but yeah, right. But I'm willing to answer the phone and help talk through things with you.
Well, I
Give it a
appreciate
go.
that. I really feel like we can put together a reasonable chance at getting that year of planning. And that's not the level of detail you need to do a plan. Like, I would never try to say we should apply for the actual money to do the project this year. But we could put together a plan to make a plan.
Can I make a?
Yeah, and those things get approved on fairly regular, you know, they're still competitive.
I know.
But
move on.
more of those are approved than actual loan programs. And then if not, there's other planning assistance like things that they
I have a
have.
whole stack of them that are technical assistants that they come, one of the other sources is the mitigation funds from FEMA that will take part of this, believe it or not, and do part of this, and they tell you how to hook your applications together. So, I mean, there are ways to get that amount that we would have to pay back down.
I don't think there's a lot of, I don't think there's any matching, or it's very small
No,
matching for
I
the
don't
planning
think there is
assistant. I think the planning assistant is like 100%.
Yeah, it's just the payback, but like I said, there are now options for getting that down further than there were because of towns like us.
Well, no, for the planning assistance itself, I think it's at no cost.
No, it is,
Yeah, so there's not
yeah,
a
there's
pay
not a
down.
downside to it.
What the outcome I would hope to get out of planning assistance is a radical idea I have of creating a CCN without a treatment plant in place, signing contracts with developers to provide the wastewater system treatment, and then leveraging those contracts for maybe even private market loans. And that are financed through impact fees charged back to the developer. It's kind of a risky way of doing it. I don't have any experience in it, but I know impact fees go a long ways in financing these sort of things. And so these planning people might help us look outside of just regular loans. Maybe it's developing a CCN and then going back to Walton and everywhere else in TCQ saying we have the primary CCN for this entire region, no one else does. You have to connect to a plan. You don't have a plan, you're right, but we're building it. And then now because in our development agreement, it allows us to provide the plan. And so if we do that, we had another group in here this last week's like, oh.
Well, we have a funding,
we're trying to find a plan to tie into.
we have a funding mechanism. It's Bill Calderon that's what he does for a living. Bill Calderon creates funding mechanisms for this stuff. It's not all turds. He does all types of funding mechanisms.
Well, it's not even the tax increment stuff. It could be strictly like impact fee, connection fee based things where if you have developers with enough density, we have enough connections, that per connection fee could provide that $6 million need to put this in the ground. Our part of that is phasing out those contracts because Walton, they've had that development agreement for 12 years now and done nothing, or very little. Others who have been working on trying to figure out the water, they're looking at tens of millions of dollars in infrastructure improvements they have to do just to get water to their homes. And then after that, they don't really have a whole lot left to look at doing other things. A planning assistance might also help us purchase a water supply corporation and take over CC. They could help us look at financing options to do that if it needs to be financed. So I think there's a lot of good that could come out of it. No skin off your own. Just write it up and I'll help you as much as I can.
In fact, they said that they like programs, they like to fund projects that would, for example, in a situation like ours, facilitate better collaboration between the drinking water and us. So, they have the drinking water version of this same exact grant. And if we really did, if we got the planning year funded, then what we could do is during our planning year, figure out what that would look like with the water port and then go back the following year and ask for a planning grant to work with the water.
That'd be great.
Right? So once you get it going, you can kind of stack it that way.
Makes a lot of sense to me.
Yeah.
Okay, go on to the next one.
Okay, so the other one, the next one is the streets, and the streets is a really easy discussion because there's nothing we have to do right now. There was something that we had to do right now, and it's on hold. So right now, this is one of the ones that are frozen, and Mayor, you were mentioning like the changing administrations, and that is a very true thing. In the boot camp, I'm in a whole separate boot camp just for this grant. And in that one, they have had entire sessions that are only talking about, here's the criteria that will probably stay the same. Here's a lot of the ones we don't know what it's going to change to. And one of those issues is equity, obviously, right? So the disadvantage, the equitable distribution of things, whatever. And so they've been going through and working with the Department of Transportation to figure out, well, what other variables are in play? What other things might they be looking for when they're awarding a roads contract like this one? So for now, this one is totally frozen. They're expecting that it will be the NOFA, which is the notice asking for applications will come out sometime this spring. They don't know when. And then once it comes out, there's usually, like, I don't know, maybe a 3-month lag before the application is due. So whenever it comes back, I can come back to y'all and show you, here is what they are going to be reviewing it based on. Here's what they're gonna want. These are the criteria, and yes, we meet them, or no, we don't meet them. And no one can predict right now what that's gonna look like. So I will have to just table that one. No, I will have to, what? I will have to postpone that one until there is some actual criteria that's been set. One of the things that they will be looking at for anything coming out, all of the grants coming out of the Department of Transportation, will actually award points, and they're thinking it'll be bonus points for fertility and safety for moms and babies. So the census data now has, like, I looked up what is the fertility rate. You can look at fertility rate for 35, no, for 18, no, what was it, 16, no, 15. Age 15 to 50 is available online. And then how many people have been pregnant out of that group? How many were pregnant in the last year? And how many of those people were married? So that's all available now for use by the Department of Transportation.
That's a little bit too much to know.
That's a lot, that's a lot. But I will come back with y'all for that one. But that one will do. Either the sidewalk grant that we had, the multi-use kind of grant that we had, or because I know that there have been so many problems with getting people to deal with issues of eminent domain and all of that stuff. I have been looking at roadway plans that would not require us to acquire anyone's property at all. So that would mean some trade-offs, like we won't be able to expand like Crockett to be a double lane road with sidewalks and whatnot, because we would have to use people's property for that. But we could get all of the roads completely redone and have them all up to standard and streetlights. And where we can, where we do have room, we could put in a sidewalk. But we'll talk about that later. There are more options than I ever knew possible for all of that. So whenever that one comes back around and they actually have criteria, we'll look at that one in depth. The next one is the parks thing that I promised Corey. I would just bring y'all this application summary of what they want to do in phase 2 park. This one would be submitted to Texas Parks and Wildlife. And I have talked to both FEMA about what you can do on that property, and I've been talking with Texas Parks and Wildlife about what they will pay for or not pay for. One option would be to buy property instead of doing this. You could do one or the other. You can't do both because we don't have, I mean, there's not a budget for both. So either you could do this or you could buy like that 1 acre lot. If the lady at the Texas Parks and Wildlife that is in charge of this grant that we're looking at said they would prefer that our first application is for $150,000 because there's only two. There's 150,000 or up to 750,000. So she said they would prefer we do the 150. And then Corey and his group put together, this is what they want the overall thing to do. But what they would have to do is, since it's only 150 the first year, they would have to say, okay, this year we're only gonna put in the gazebo and the picnic table. And then that way she told us that the lady from Texas Parks and Wildlife said, if you give them the whole plan and they know where you're going and what you're trying to accomplish, then you do the 150,000 the first time, you show them that like you can stick to your budget, you get it done on time, blah, 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 blah. And then the next year you come back and you ask for 750 and they're much more friendly about it because they have established a relationship, a working relationship with us. So this is kind of their overall plan. They would plan to break that into groups, into chunks, and get pieces of it done each year. It would not be something they can do all at one time. That's all I know about that. I think, Catherine, you were gonna have Langford take on that role. So Corey asked me if I would just bring this plan to y'all and let you know that they have one. And I have a whole notebook for Corey of all of the stuff and information and the FEMA information and all of that. So that way he can go ahead and do that. So I honored my promise. I gave it to you and now you have it. You can ask them any questions you have.
I did get email earlier today about that particular grant. If you go for the larger one, you have to have a master plan for the parks. And we don't have that. So we'd have to go for the smaller one if that was something that council wanted to do.
There's a preliminary deadline on the big one, June 1. The other ones are not, both of them are not due in August, I believe. So
Yeah, it's due in August.
On doing the plan?
Pardon me? Say,
Maybe we spend 150 on putting the plan.
or maybe part of the budget could be spent on that. It's not, the way I have read that application, because I've talked to Laura about this before she was on council. Dorothy and I looked at it, yeah, it's just write up what you want in a budget, and it can be a variety of items. It's not definitive, you know.
It's very open to creativity on the part of the communities. There was a lot of discussion about that in town. There's been a lot of discussion about the costs of doing all of the different studies that have to be done, but there isn't any cost to those. So you just apply for them at the same time as you apply for the grant, and they will take care of them. So there you go.
Wow. So we just need to decide if we want to do a workshop?
For the water one, but I think Jared said he could just help me figure it out for now, and then this other one is just deal with Corey on that.
Okay.
And then the middle one is on hold because they don't have any criteria.
Right. I got all that, but for some reason I was thinking we still were gonna workshop it.
No, I think Jared and I can just work on that.
Okay, awesome.
Look at this letter, project over, it says, a children's-sized mini soccer field.
Oh, yeah, that's the soccer field.
Is that for the mini pitch? So that's the mini pitch on top of the hill we're talking about?
Yeah, FEMA has a problem with that, and Texas Parks and Wildlife said that what we will need at the time we submit the application, because it is FEMA buyout property, we will need a letter from FEMA stating that what we're planning to do with that property is acceptable to FEMA. And she said that has to be submitted at the time of the application because Texas Parks doesn't want to spend their resources to review a grant that can't happen.
So I know we had an approval to do the soccer federation. And Maury was gonna get $25,000 to do the mini pitch on top of that hill. So this is totally separate. This would be with Texas Parks and Wildlife, or would this be?
Well, what I worked out with Texas Parks and Wildlife is that mini pitch thing, it was a gift to the city that was equivalent to $100,000. That would be about the same as our contribution to that grant, because it has a matching requirement that can be widely done. So that would.
Could we do both?
Well, yeah, because.
Do the mini pitch and then go with Texas Parks and Wildlife for
Yeah,
building trails or whatever.
On the budget, it would have the budget done for all of that whole thing, but the part that would be the expense of the soccer field would go under our contribution. That would be in kind. That would be us
So
saying,
with a contribution from the soccer federation for the mini pitch,
that pays our part.
that would pay our part.
Yeah,
We
so
could do-
then,
and
so
that-
then
and that was-
basically then
by
we
the
wouldn't have
way,
to
have
put
we
in
ever-
money.
Have
Yeah.
we ever had any updates from the soccer federation? Have they ever got back with us? Any updates on that?
Yeah, they're willing to do it.
They're willing to do it. So I mean, that would be the first step. We've already got a commitment on that.
Yeah,
They can start that and then we can continue with Texas Parks and Wildlife.
well, except that you gotta get FEMA to say that it's okay to put that there. Because it's a,
Little wrench in there. Soccer field needs to be put up before August 1.
Guys,
Yes, because it's. the
Well, and I
soccer
thought it was
season.
contingent upon other things that we
The
had to
mayor's
do.
basically saying that's pretty much, we addressed it.
Well, they wanted to know how we were gonna develop.
Yeah, but I'm just saying that has to be up before August 1.
Mhm,
Bang pitch.
That is their calendar.
mhm,
Soccer season is school season,
mhm.
okay? So when the kids go back to school, the field needs to be up. It's a fall item.
Well,
so
that,
that's a done deal. I mean, as far as what I understood, so I mean, that could be.
it is not a done
I
deal
mean,
with
for-
FEMA, but
Okay,
as far
We
as,
own
as
that,
far as
we own
everything
that
else.
land, that's our land.
Yes, it is, but it was purchased with FEMA buyout.
I was the one that dedicated FEMA land to parkland. As you know, the reason we selected that
But
place.
it's in the statute, honey, that they have to write us a letter saying that that's okay. There's still requirements of what we can do with that land, FEMA. It's under the Stafford Act.
I thought that we own that land. I don't know, maybe wouldn't clarify. I thought that was FEMA, we could. All I know, because I was involved with that in 18, all I know is you could not, in the floodway, you could not put impervious, any type of impervious structure.
Mhm.
You could have a park, you could have a gravel road, you couldn't even have an asphalt road. That's in the floodway, but that particular reason we picked that spot, it's not in the floodway,
Right.
it's in the floodplain.
Mhm.
So,
Well, I have all of that documentation of what you can do or not do,
okay.
and I was planning to write it up into a report, but I just put it into the binder since.
So,
Lori's
I mean,
doing all of that.
that's already been established. We've already voted on it. That we approved that, the soccer deal. So I mean, we need to get on that and get that thing going now. So.
Well, we need to get on getting a letter from FEMA saying you can do that,
Okay.
and then you can do that.
Okay.
So the last place I left off with FEMA before, I was not doing that project anymore is, we need to provide them with a specifically created map that shows where each thing is gonna be in this
We kind
design.
of know where the mini fix is gonna be. We know that already.
Yep,
Okay.
and because this project is gonna go to also deal with Texas Parks and Wildlife, the map that FEMA wants is gonna include all of that. And it also has to include each one of the numbers of the property IDs that we are using as part of that, because I think there's 2 or 3, and a copy of the deeds that we are using, and a description, well, he has that description already. So, yeah, but I have a list of all of the things, but they're in like 4 different FEMA documents, so I can give them all to y'all and you can summarize them.
Make sure we include the setback ordinance of the recreation in there, please. Because that
Here
is
we
the
go.
city ordinance.
Here we
Well,
go.
I have to say
Here
something
we
about it.
Go for it, Derek. Wait,
Okay, let's move on to
Let's move on.
future
I've had
items.
enough.
It looks like everybody's ready to go.
Let's go home.
So the one thing we have to decide on is the special meeting on Monday. Our attorney can't come at 9 o'clock. We could zoom in at 8:30, vs court, or we could move it to later in the day to say 5 o'clock.
I don't need to be there.
No, you do not.
If it's at 5 o'clock.
What about 5:30?
No, I have class.
He
Oh.
leaves at 4.
Okay. Well, what about,
4.
oh, so couldn't even do it at 4, you still wouldn't be able to make it.
Be there at first, but.
But we
it's
only
really-
need
It's really,
the
it doesn't
council.
involve me. It's
Oh.
really just between the council and the,
To
city
pass this
secretary.
thing for the
who
election.
manages the elections. I've talked with her about what needs to happen. So it's really whatever works for council. but-
Well, is she gonna have all the motions ready for Monday?
We have, drafts started
Okay,
while we've been here.
so,
I could probably either do it early or late, like either 8:30 or 5:30, like before work or after work.
yeah, it doesn't matter.
Just somewhere in the middle is kind of hard.
Sam,
Earlier is better, I think.
You're gonna get me for about
Complex,
20 minutes in the
complex.
morning.
Anytime's fine.
Okay, so 8:30 AM on Monday, right?
Monday morning. Okay.
We're talking from.
I'm
Future,
curious if you wanna, bring up anything about the,
Being on future agenda, I think my brain is a little bit fried right now. I think my eyeballs are about to fall out for some reason.
Yeah,
I
been working.
So I don't know, but, do you mean make a motion? Well, no, we had talked about possibly, reinstating, or maybe we use them in some, form or fashion, the Robert's Rules of Order. And we had talked about maybe, seeing about using those again and seeing if that kind of helps with some of the issues we've had in the past, although our last few meetings have gone pretty well. But, that was just one idea that I thought about. And again, it can go on the agenda and we could talk about it.
I have two things, is the heritage tree ordinance that Jared started. We never finished that, and then also the signage in the scenic corridor, we need to look at that, because there's a lot of signs that shouldn't be there in the scenic corridor.
Pretty fine.
But I would have to.
That's an enforcement issue.
Well, we need to revisit it, because apparently it isn't being,
Yeah,
looked
that's
at.
an enforcement issue. You're not talking about changing an ordinance.
No.
That's an enforcement issue. You're right, Mr. Morgan.
Okay, what about, Jared, about the heritage tree ordinance? You think we could put that on there eventually? Because we're getting developers and we have trees and they've already cut down a bunch of trees and, you know, the pecan tree by Taco Felice, the oak tree at the post office, the trees on Lanzola property. Well, of course, that's already passed, so we can't put that in there, but that's just an
I know
idea.
it was, well, it was close to complete. And then,
And then it just fizzled out.
well, the River Advisory Board started writing their own drafts. So we had conflicting drafts at one point. Lost version control.
I never saw
Pick one of them up.
I never saw a version that the river committee wrote, no.
Well, it ended up becoming their pervious cover ordinance.
oh.
Oh,
That's what eventually became, but there's drafts addressing the TCEQ silk screen fencing requirements and other things. That was not only just the trees, there's a whole host of environmental issues.
I'm just talking about the
What?
trees.
What constitutes a heritage tree? I guess that's
It
the
would
first
be,
thing.
it would be a tree of a certain diameter of a certain species.
Yep.
Yeah.
It's a certain diameter and a certain species at a certain height of the trunk. And it's all spelled out in the Austin ordinance. And we don't have one.
I'd like a driveway ordinance and a fence ordinance.
So I think and I appreciate everyone has their own agenda that they want to accomplish. But, we finished, we think this short-term rental, and obviously Laura, I told you were gonna get an opportunity. You get an opportunity. We have to pick, as a planning, to make smart decisions about our time. Running a meeting to this late, obviously, is not productive
Grueling.
for anybody.
way too long.
It's way too long. So I think we need to have some level of understanding that we can't, we have to prioritize. So it's good to have a bullet board of items. But we need to vote on prioritizing, because all we're doing is running these guys in circles. And yes, I agree with you, Mr. Clinton. There's been several ones we got really effing close and we didn't finish. I'm frustrated as everyone else is. We need to complete the ones that we spend so much labor on and don't let them not finish.
Well, and
Supplemental
I
use
thought
tax.
that's what we kind of talked about, is that we would want to make sure
So-
that whoever's idea it was to put it on the agenda would also be the one to try to follow up and make sure
Sure.
that it's getting finished and not just being hanging out there for a long time.
Yeah, you've got to be willing to do some of the work or the research, and I appreciate, obviously, you and I know we got to do research, and we do it. But you got to be willing to do the research, and, but we also have to agree that we're gonna only focus on one thing and finish it.
Mhm.
And sometimes it takes an extra week, to finish up the little verbiage, but the spirit of the project needs to be checked
And
off
right
quickly.
now, we're working on 5 grants as it
And
is.
that's exactly what I was getting to, the mayor, is that
Yes.
we have to understand
Take
that
on
the
even
number one
more.
priority, is to finish the grant. Otherwise, we are potentially gonna lose a lot of money on a grant that is already been awarded. And I don't want to dissuade anyone else's topic, but please understand, that is, as far as I'm concerned, that is the biggest, and I don't even I really don't care if they do my road. But I don't want the city to go bankrupt
Totally
over
agree.
something stupid.
Right.
That we didn't
Gotta be
waste
done.
100% of our energy. So, I'm not trying to dissuade you all, but
But I just,
that's the number one priority.
do you think by using Robert's Rules of Order that it would shorten the meetings, or am I being?
Well, I think I love the financial report,
Mhm.
but I think we individually should look
Read.
at some of those things
Yeah.
that are,
Your bullet points.
and then ask a question if we have questions about it, but to go through it that much. I think a lot of these reports, when I go to commissioner's court, they don't go over any of those. Like police reports, if you have a question about
And
it,
you ask.
then you ask the
Correct.
question, but
That's a good idea.
don't have,
Good point.
they're called action items. And they've got half a page of action items and they don't go over them. So
Well,
that might help.
And could we
Speed
also
things up.
limit the number of things we put on the agenda, or is that not really
God.
realistic?
Or more importantly. we
It's
need
not
Chris
the
to time
number
limit.
of things,
Stay
it's how,
on topic.
yeah,
Time limit
it's,
and stay on
we
topic.
get here and then we
Don't go
start
off.
discussing everything instead of
Okay, so
just
that's not
actually
really the
acting
issue.
on it.
So
Stay
it's
on the
more,
agenda.
maybe limit the number of action things or discussion things. Is that? Because sometimes we have like 25 things on the agenda and sometimes we only have one, and sometimes we just have reports. So could we, maybe when we have reports, you're saying don't really go over those and don't take time going over those, just,
I just think if there aren't any questions on it, I mean, the
Just read
council's given them 3 days in advance.
I agree.
Tommy and Dwayne don't need to do what they did
Right.
every month. It needs to be
Yeah.
distributed ahead of
I
time.
agree.
I agree.
There's nothing, and only if there is a specific.
Put it on the
question.
screen, so it's
No,
recorded.
it didn't even need to be.
It doesn't even need.
It's
Yeah,
in
'cause
the
we have
minutes.
it in our
It's
agenda
in the
packet.
minutes.
Yeah.
It's in the minutes, it's in the packet. I mean,
I think that's a good
that-
idea.
that
With
would,
that.
that would cut over an hour.
Stay
of every
on
meeting.
the agenda.
Yes, it would
We don't
cut
go
off.
off.
Isn't that part of the?
Sorry,
All the
sorry,
agenda.
Dwayne, we
All the
love
way
you.
But
What's that? Robert's rules, you can limit discussion and time. So anytime there's a vote, you call for the vote. Either
Right,
there's a vote or there's not. If second, it dies. And then
right.
if there's discussion, everybody has a specific limited time. You only get one time to go,
Right.
go all the way through.
Exactly.
There's not a lot of crosstalk. What's difficult in that is when we're drafting ordinances as a
it's
group,
almost impossible.
it
almost
becomes difficult to manage
Almost.
that.
Yeah,
You
We
follow
are
this
in essence
frequently.
having mini workshops.
Right.
Yes, we are.
And,
yes.
and as a rule, generally, I think those work really well.
Well,
Because we get them done faster than, like you're having to call a separate workshop and it just pulls more time. I think it works really well the way we do it.
so you would rather do a longer meeting and not have workshops, or do you think it would be helpful to have, maybe if we have to pass something
I
on
just,
ordinance?
if you do Robert's rule, you're not going to, get that interaction of working on, updating a, ordinance in progress
Right.
that we get right now. So. You're not-
Motion.
Okay, I need a motion to adjourn.
I make a motion to adjourn at,
We're looking at the-
10:47.
Too late. I'll second that. No, but
All
I
in
really,
favor, come on,
I really,
vote.
I'm glad that you guys explained that, because I really thought. it would
Mayor,
help.
we need to vote. Do we vote?
Oh, all in favor?
All in
please say
favor?
aye.
Aye.
I was busy writing.
I really thought that that would be something that would make the meeting more efficient.